Good morning. It is 5 o'clock here, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We currently have 52 degrees, and it's going to be a warm one today. But hope you enjoy it because we've got some cold weather headed our way. The forecast is still to come. We've got new indications that the team assembled by President-elect Donald Trump is ready to shake up Washington.
Vivek Ramaswamy, heading up Trump's Department of Government Efficiency with Elon Musk, suggests they plan to delete entire federal agencies. Trump last night named Brendan Carr as the next FCC chairman. Carr accuses big tech companies of censoring some viewpoints. Also over the weekend, Trump nominated Chris Wright as Energy Secretary. Wright is a fracking executive who claims the effects of climate change are overblown.
That's ABC's Lionel Moisey reporting locally. A pedestrian was struck by a car in Lebanon overnight, and police say that person was taken to a Nashville hospital with life-threatening injuries. Now, the crash happened about 7:40 last night at North Cumberland Street near the East Highway, make that the East High intersection. North Cumberland was shut down for some time during an investigation into the crash. It has since reopened. 4 people wanted in a deadly bowling alley shooting in Lebanon have all come forward to police. A 20-year-old man was shot to death inside Strike and Spare bowling alley Saturday night. Patrons tell Channel 4 it's a typically busy night.
Yeah, I know that there's always a lot of people here Saturday nights because everybody's just trying to have fun and bowl. But yeah, very tragic that happened. If anybody lost their lives, I hope that the Lord's with them, and I just pray for them.
Now, police are investigating claims by one of the suspects that this was a case of self-defense. Police believe the shooting stemmed from bad blood between 2 rival high schools. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Michelle Franzen.
Stocks had their worst loss since Election Day. The Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped 306 points. The Nasdaq Composite fell 428 points. And the S&P had a losing week, down 79 points at the close. Retail sales rose 0.4% from September to October, a 1.6% jump in sales at auto dealers fueling much of the gains. North Dakota utility regulators approved a pipeline crossing 5 Midwestern states that would carry planet-warming carbon dioxide emissions from 57 ethanol plants to a storage deep underground in North Dakota. The $8 billion project still faces various hurdles and potential setbacks.
Stock futures this morning are mixed. We've got Dow futures minus 70, but NASDAQ futures are up 87 points, and the S&P futures are gaining 5. That's the latest news. Stick around for your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Roads are looking good early on this morning. Construction cones are starting to be picked up along I-24 as you're heading in. Otherwise, no big delays. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
5:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. How are you? It is Monday, November 18th, and I got to tell you, I just tweeted out, I love this. I just posted to my X feed. It's basically a great montage. Johnny Joan, is the Trump dance called something?
Oh, it's the Trump dance.
Is it called the Trump dance?
I think so.
So if you go to my feed on X, you'll see NFL, college football, boxing, UFC. They're all doing the Trump dance.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that more during the Gang of Three coming up at 5:35. But man, Johnny, it's like every day there's more and more vindication. So we're going to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. Biden, though. President Joe Biden is doing whatever he can to completely screw not only America, Donald Trump as well, because he has done something. He did this over the weekend that is going to make life a lot more complicated for Donald Trump. This is the headline. Outgoing President Joe Biden approves Ukraine using long-range missiles to hit the interior of Russia. Now, these long-range missiles, of course, they're American-made. They also need our permission to use them. And Joe Biden has now given that permission after, what, how many years now we've been dealing with Ukraine? So this is clearly Joe Biden trying to leave a mess on the way out the door. And it's funny, when I saw this over the weekend, I, of course, launched into a monologue as I'm talking, unfortunately, as I do sometimes, at Amy. And I'm telling her about this. This is like the equivalent, if you're an apartment manager or if you're somebody, and I've dealt with this a couple of different times, where there's a disgruntled person leaving the apartment and they crap on the floor, they destroy the floor, they pour a bunch of cat litter in the toilet, they do whatever they can to destroy the plumbing, you name it, that's what they try to do. And that's what Joe Biden is doing by this move. Now, they say that part of the reasoning is that North Korea has been supplying Russia with troops. We've covered that quite a bit. So Biden said, okay. Now, of course, the war hawks, people like Senator Roger Wicker, a Republican out of Mississippi, the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, saying in a statement that he is encouraged by the decision, but that it does not excuse the administration and their deliberate slow walking of items and assistance long authorized by Congress for use against Putin's illegal aggression. Vladimir Putin has said that this is his red line. Vladimir Putin has said that if America and if Joe Biden tells Ukraine that they can utilize these weapons, that he will respond not only in kind, but even worse. And, of course, the N word, nuclear, keeps coming up. Representative Mike Turner, Republican out of Ohio, chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, also applauding the decision in a statement, but called it long overdue, saying Ukraine cannot properly defend itself if one hand is tied behind its back. So there's a lot of people within Trump's orbit who are really, really angry because these long-range missiles, this is clearly an escalation when Donald Trump, the president-elect, all he's been talking about, and one of the things that he campaigned on was de-escalation when it came to Ukraine and Russia. And now here comes Joe Biden approving these long-range missiles so that Ukraine can hit inside of Russia. So this is a problem. Last month, Vladimir Putin said the use of these missiles was his red line and has threatened nuclear responses. Here's the reasoning. Here's the justification from Vladimir Putin. This is what he said. Flight assignments for these missile systems can, in fact, only be entered by military personnel and NATO countries. So Ukrainian servicemen, he says, cannot do this. They cannot program these missile systems. Basically, it is Americans, America, and NATO countries that can program these missiles. And because of that, he sees this as America jumping into the fray. And literally, this is the way that Vladimir Putin looks at it. This is America sending these long-range missiles to strike inside of Russia. This is a major escalation. Now, what do these long-range missiles do? This is from News Nation.
We know it's called the Army Tactile Missile System, or ATAC EMS. The U.S. Army says the weapons have a range of up to 190 miles. They are surface-to-surface missiles, meaning they're shot from the ground and can hit GPS-located targets with pinpoint accuracy.
So many opinions on this, of course. I've always said that Joe Biden gives Ukraine just enough weaponry, just enough money to keep the war going. Not to end it, not to win it, not to lose it, but just enough to keep it going. And I think that's why there's something fishy going on with the billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars that we send to Ukraine in money that is basically untrackable. You can't trace this money. And of course, as you can imagine, Vladimir Zelensky, he's thrilled.
Again, Zelensky praising the news, saying in part, quote, "I am deeply grateful to all our partners who support us with air defense systems and missiles. Every time Russia carries out such attacks, it underscores how critical it is that partners don't leave systems like Patriot and others sitting idle in warehouses, but instead provide them to those who know how to protect lives and urgently need them. But strikes are not carried out with words. The missiles will have to speak for themselves."
So the never-ending war is just getting worse and worse. And again, the timing, I just think, is unfathomable to me, because you've got Trump, again, not to belabor the point, but one of the issues that he campaigned on was Ukraine and de-escalating Ukraine and Russia, finding a solution. And this is about as far from a solution as you can get. And Donald Trump is, just over 60 days from taking office? And Joe Biden is literally doing the exact opposite of what Trump campaigned on and the American people voted on, which was de-escalation. And so the party of peace and love, which is the Democrat Party, I'm air quoting that, has become the party of war hawks, along with a lot of Republicans. And part of this conversation, of course, has to be that Vladimir Putin, on the one hand, he's angry that the U.S. is doing this, and at the same time, sitting back and watching all of this, because these particular missiles are in short supply. We only have so many of these missiles. And we are giving our short supply to Ukraine. And so then if we ever end up in our own war, in our own situation, we're going to be short on missiles because we've given them all to Ukraine. So if Putin eventually decides to attack us, or somebody decides to attack us, maybe it'll be China, who knows, but we need those missiles. We need those missiles, and if we've given them all to Ukraine, then our ability to launch an offensive strike is limited. And by the way, let's not forget what Antony Blinken said, I think this was last week, about Ukraine.
As we're working to make sure that Ukraine has what it needs to effectively defend itself, the United States continues to step up. We've obligated just recently and pushed out the door another $8 billion in security assistance for Ukraine. That was in September. Another almost $500 million just a few weeks ago. And President Biden is committed to making sure that every dollar we have at our disposal will be pushed out the door between now and January 20th.
Every dollar at the State Department's disposal is going to be going to Ukraine. Unbelievable. And so here you have now not only every dollar, according to Antony Blinken, that the State Department has is going to Ukraine, but now again, all of this weaponry. And all of this is the exact opposite of what the American people voted for on November 5th. I've got a little bit more because actually there's an update on that every dollar going to Ukraine story. That is coming up. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Well, we do have some construction, some long-term construction set up, especially in Murfreesboro, Butler Drive between Joby Jackson Parkway and Mall Filter Systems. Also closed is 5th Avenue in Franklin between Church Street and South Margin Street. But checking out I-24 this morning and 65, no big delays as you're heading into work so far. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much, Joan. Clouded today and a high of 73. Right now, 55 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So here we are on this Monday morning, November 18th, and we have Joe Biden. This is big news, headlines all over the place. And you have the Biden administration now approving these long-range missiles for Ukraine so that Ukraine can hit well into Russia's interior. Russia and Vladimir Putin in the past, they have said that the consequences of this kind of a move, they are thinking, and what they've said is that this really is a declaration of war by the United States. And now Putin is, warning of nuclear consequences. Now, please don't get me wrong. I understand that this kind of rhetoric from Vladimir Putin has been, common since this whole war started. Let's also not forget, by the way, that Biden just went into China or just had a meeting with Xi Jinping, China's leader, and Russia came up and Russia-Ukraine came up. They both talked about de-escalation. This is the crazy thing about Biden. He goes and he meets with Xi Jinping from China, and they talk about all kinds of things, including Ukraine and Russia. And Biden tells Xi Jinping that he wants the thing to be de-escalated. Well, then what does he do? He gives Ukraine another $8 billion, $9 billion, and all of these missiles. Now, the big question is, how will China react to all of this? By the way, with all of this going on, the Pentagon has failed another audit. You may have heard the Red-Eye guys talking about this. The Pentagon has failed another audit. This is from the Associated Press. Because remember, we're talking about billions and billions of dollars. The Pentagon, this is their 7th straight consecutive audit that they have failed. The Pentagon failed its audit, 7 consecutive audits on Friday, as the agency was unable to fully account for its massive $824 billion budget, though officials were confident the Department of Defense has turned a corner in understanding its budgetary challenges going forward. It only took them 7 years. I thought that was a funny sentence. They've turned a corner. Now, at the very least, it is progress to know that the Pentagon and our Department of Defense now understands their budgetary challenges going forward. Okay, I guess, is that akin to like your first step towards recovery is knowing you have a problem? Is that kind of what that means? They say the audits resulted in a disclaimer of opinion, which means auditors were provided with insufficient information to form an accurate opinion of the accounts, but with the goal of achieving a clean audit by 2028. So we're in 2024. So that means in 2025, 2026, 2027, they're just openingly acknowledging that they're going to fail the next 3 audits, but that they'll be okay by 2028. Is that really what that means? They're going to achieve a clean audit by 2028. So they're openly admitting that they're going to fail the next 3 audits. Michael McCord, Undersecretary of Defense, the Comptroller, and Chief Financial Officer, said the agency has turned a corner in its understanding of the depth and breadth of its challenges. You know what he says? Momentum is on our side. Okay. Who could forget Congressman Tim Burchett and what he said in this timeless quote regarding the Pentagon and their continually failing audits?
You have a Pentagon that has billions of dollars that they hide, we don't ask for any accounting of, They never pass an audit in the history of audits. I've often said the only way we're really going to get to the bottom of this is somebody's going to walk out of one of these labs with this information and puts it out on the internet before they commit suicide by shooting themselves in the back of the head 5 times.
That is Tennessee's own Tim Burchett. You got to love him. 5:21, and Joan Jones has the news coming up at 5:30. Joan, what's coming up?
Dan, we've got more on that decision that President Biden made over the weekend about sending or allowing Ukraine to use U.S. missiles on Russia. Also, an arrest has been made on a bus stop stabbing that we told you about on Friday. Those stories are coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 5:21 on Nashville's Morning News. Big news from my friends at DT McCall's. If you've been thinking of buying a gun safe, but you've been putting it off, now is your time. Gun safes are sales tax free from DT McCall's right now. It is hunting season, so be sure that you're keeping your gun safe when you're not in the tree stand with a Liberty gun safe from my friends at DT McCall's. They are the largest Liberty safe dealer in the state of Tennessee. Why? Well, one of the big reasons is because they offer free delivery and free setup as well. Now, others are going to charge $500 at least for delivery and setup in bigger models and $300 in smaller models. DT McCall and Sons deliver every safe for free every time, period. No setup charge either. Go to dtmccalls.com for locations and information. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee, Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com. Hey, everybody. Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
529, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. How was your weekend, friends? That's what I want to know. How was your weekend, and what are you thinking about this Monday morning, November 18th? By the way, just to let you know where we are going this morning, 6:38, Kathy Hinners will be joining us, going to do a bit more of a deep dive into Tren de Aragua and how they are here in Tennessee and in the Middle Tennessee area. And same thing coming up at 8:08, State Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson is going to be joining us as well. We're going to be talking about all things going on in the state Senate, the state House as well. Lots going on at the local level. It is 5:30 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 5:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got your forecast. By the way, it's 55 right now with some clouds, and we'll be warm today, but we've got some cold weather on the way. In the news, President Biden has authorized Ukraine to use U.S. long-range missiles on Russia. But there are some limitations on these missiles.
No, they cannot attack Moscow with these missiles. Not only can the missiles not reach Moscow, Ukraine is probably going to be limited at the moment to using these missiles in the Kursk region, the Russian border region that Ukraine managed to gain a foothold in with its own surprise offensive back in the summer. And essentially, that means just firing just across the border into Russia.
That's ABC's Patrick Reevell reporting. The Biden administration says one reason for approving these long-range missiles is Russia's decision to hire 10,000 North Korean troops to fight alongside Russia. A Florida man facing charges after the stabbing of a woman on Friday at a South Nashville bus stop. Police say Roy Gardner had been sitting next to the woman at the bus stop when he attacked her with a knife. Channel 4 reports her screams drew the attention of people at a nearby gas station, and they tackled the man and held him until police arrived. Now, Mayor Freddie O'Connell has promised increased patrols in that area, but that's not helping riders feel safe at other bus stop locations.
I've been scared for a while. You know, I'm out here by myself. Things happen not at that bus station downtown. You know, things happen out here.
Now, to that end, police begin teaching self-defense courses for women at Middle Tennessee State University. The course is free of charge. It's open to females 13 and older. They'll be held every Monday night for 4 weeks, starting in November on the 25th, but you'll have to register. Check out the MTSU website for more information. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got some construction set up through the end of the month on Vietnam Veterans Boulevard in Hendersonville. It's between Saundersville Road, exit 8, and exit 9. It'll be there again through the end of the month. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.535 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Time for the gang of three. Joan Jones is here. Johnny's here. I'm here. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Hello there.
Is it just me, or is everybody sleeping in today? Like I said hello earlier and said, hey, how was your weekend? Nobody's responding on the super text line.
You're kidding.
Maybe your super text line is down.
Everybody, no, it's not down. I've only had, but I had a couple of people say hello.
Mm-hmm.
But that's really about it. Very, very light morning for whatever reason, which is fine. Listen, I wish I were sleeping in. Let's just be honest.
Yeah, we all do.
I woke up this morning. I woke up this morning, midnight, and Riker's walking around.
Why? Was he sleepwalking?
No. I don't know why. Like I said, so we're watching Harry Potter in the house. And so I for whatever reason, and long-time listeners know that I do this, and it drives Amy nuts. Because my favorite character in Harry Potter is Snape. And so I always, Johnny, do you remember this? Where I always start talking like Snape. If you watch Harry Potter, you know that he talks like this. So I said to Riker when he's wandering around the house at 12:13 in the morning,
casting spells.
Why are you up? And he looks at me and he starts talking to me about the moon and how the moon is closer than usual right now. And I'm like, that's fine, but you need to be closer to your bed than you are right now. So get your little hiney back into bed. But that was how my day started, and which is fine. I try.
That does sound like he's sleepwalking, though.
No, he doesn't sleepwalk.
He doesn't. Okay.
He does not sleepwalk.
My kids did the same thing. They would say weird things, when they were sleepwalking.
Riker. Do you know what Riker's like?
No.
Riker is like Alex Jones in this way. Don't freak out, people. Riker's like 10, almost 11. Is that he says stuff that is like unbelievable, and then you Google it and he's right.
Oh.
So we've just stopped arguing with him. It's like, no, that's not really true. And then you Google it and it's like, my God, he's right.
Protect his voice. All right. Don't let him have an Alex Jones voice.
You are my enemy.
They're making the frogs gay. Is that what Chris talks about with Alex Jones? By the way, and I thought this was funny. We were in the grocery store, and I don't know if the guy's listening, but guy walked up to me in the grocery store. He shook my hand, and then he started giving me crap about Andy Ogles.
Wow.
And I'm like,
wow.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, hey, nice to meet you. I'm the guy that gives you crap about Andy Ogles all the time.
He has ODS.
He does. He has ODS. That is exactly right. And I'm like, okay. So I'm with Amy. We're like in the bread aisle or something, and I'm feeling like I have to defend myself because I interview Andy Ogles. And my comment basically was when he said, I'm the guy that gives you crap about Andy Ogles. I'm like, all right, I got to diffuse this, because I don't want to get into a thing with anybody. And I said, well, you're going to have to be more specific because everybody gives me crap about Andy Ogles. And he laughed, and it was fine. And it was interesting, though, because I came that close to beginning to, like, try to defend myself against interviewing Andy Ogles. And I'm like, well, no, the people of the Fifth, first of all, he's cooperated with the investigations. That's number one. And number two, the people of the Fifth, they voted for him again, despite all of those investigations. So whatever. I mean, he's an elected politician, and he's a newsmaker, and he shapes public policy. So, yeah, I'm going to have him on and be part of his friends.
I think you need to start disguising yourself when you go to the grocery store, when you go to the restaurant. You need to like have a disguise so that people don't approach you.
Should I maybe put some hair on my head? Because I think the beacon of truth attracts attention.
Well, it does. It does shine out to folks. Like, here I am.
You could wear a hat.
Hey, did anybody watch the
and a beard?
Did anybody watch the Mike Tyson,
a real beard.
Jake Paul fight? What'd you say, Joe?
Nothing.
What? No. What did you say? I don't want to step on clearly what was you believe a funny joke.
Well, it was Johnny. He said you should wear a beard too.
Yeah.
And I said, a real beard, like.
Wow.
Like a Tennessee beard. Like,
no.
Tennessee beard. Oh,
like
wow.
Ken Weaver's beard. You should have one of those.
I'm not growing a weave beard. There's no way I can grow a weave beard. It gets itchy after a while.
And walk around going,
oh.
And when he talks, it shakes. It's pretty fun. I can't stop looking at it when he talks.
Yeah, it does shake. You're right.
It does. And when the fan's going,
yeah,
it's like blowing his beard.
Yeah, it blows around.
I wanted to take a video of him doing the news one time and put it into slow motion with the beard and put Vangelis Chariots of Fire behind it. All right, Jake Paul and Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not a big boxer guy, like all that stuff. I'm not into it. But Amy and I decided that we were going to watch that. Do you guys think that fight was real? Because people are saying it was staged.
It was staged. I hear that a lot too. Yeah.
And
I don't think it was staged. I think Paul held back.
Oh, Jake Paul could have absolutely killed Mike Tyson.
Oh, he could have.
Really?
He could have.
Oh, Joe, did you watch it?
No, I watched the before and I watched the after and I watched online as everyone was complaining about how Netflix really screwed things up.
Well,
apparently they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were kind of buffering, kind of like Mike Tyson was.
Okay, so one of the criticisms or analyses that I have read about it is a lot of people think that Mike Tyson, first of all, threw the match, and not through it, but just like he didn't do his best.
Right.
And that people think that because he stayed in the fight as long as he did, that he actually won, which is insane, right?
Oh, no.
That's just silly.
Because he had the longevity to stay in the fight.
Yeah, because Jake Paul didn't.
Yeah, Jake pulled his punches.
Yes.
They were friends beforehand.
Right.
And Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, I'm assuming, got millions of dollars to do this fight. And so for me, I'm watching this fight. I lost interest.
Really?
Yeah, I lost interest. This is dumb. And I went to bed.
Well,
we actually turned on another Harry Potter.
Really, Mike Tyson is too old to be doing this.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, he is 58 years old, and Jake Paul is 27. Jake Paul is in far better shape, and this was all for publicity. Now, maybe part of what this was to get Jake Paul more into the mainstream out of, like, I guess is it a UFC fighter? Is that what he is? Or an MMA, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this was an opportunity for him to get his name out. And he was successful. So now I don't know what he does beyond this, but I don't know enough about boxing to know whether or not the fight was thrown by Mike Tyson. He seems like an upstanding kind of a guy for somebody who bit somebody's ear off, but whatever. But
wait a minute. Did you see him girly slap Jake Paul?
Girly slap? I did not see the girly slap.
That was when they were in the weigh-in.
Oh, that whole thing?
Yeah, they faced each other and he slapped him. I'm like, why would you do that?
Well, I mean, that's
like a provoking.
Yeah, it's all the build up into the fight.
Yeah, it gets people talking about
Hey, Johnny,
I
think Joan is a little naive on this stuff.
Maybe I am.
Well,
here's another thing.
Joan, did you not see Rocky Balboa and Apollo Creed do the same thing?
It was a movie.
That was real life.
Or even more so, Rocky and Clubber Lang.
Rocky and Clubber Lang.
Yeah.
And I don't know about that Russian guy, but whatever. That was a jump the shark. After.
All right, here's another thing that I'm not like real familiar with, but I saw this over the weekend and I thought maybe you guys would be interested. You have to tell me.
Okay.
Would you be interested in music that from a band gone by that's sort of been sitting in the vaults? Like
Yeah.
hasn't been released.
Well, it depends on the band.
Sure.
Okay. So Alex Van Halen says that there are 3 or 4 albums worth
Yeah, I saw
of
this.
music, unheard music from Eddie Van Halen just sitting around.
Listen very carefully, folks. For you folks listening in the car and listening at home, listen very carefully. That's the sound of Joan kissing Johnny's ass. Look at Joan bringing the Van Halen fire, Johnny.
I love it. And I read this too, Joan, and I'm
Did you read
excited
it? Yeah.
about it.
So, but he says he may not release it, all of it.
Well, see what a tease that is.
Right.
And we got a lot of music, but I don't know if
it's great music, but we're not going to release it.
Typical Van Halen.
That's dumb.
Yeah.
And you hear AC/DC.
No way.
Now the new rumor that's out is that they're going to tour, but Axl Rose is going to be returning
again. Where's
as
Brian
lead vocalist.
Johnson?
I don't know. This came from Sebastian Bach, the rocker. Skid Row, wasn't it?
Yes, it was Skid Row.
Yeah.
Sebastian Bach.
Yeah.
He's Canadian, eh?
He's saying that this time Axl Rose is going to be doing the lead vocals.
Hey, by the way, I would love to hear the Van Halen music.
I would
Axl
too.
Rose singing AC/DC actually was pretty good when they did it beforehand.
I thought he did the Bon Scott era stuff. It was excellent. He wasn't as great on the Brian Johnson stuff to me, but yeah, the classic AC/DC tunes, they were killer.
So apparently when Tyson girly slapped Jake Paul stepped on Tyson's
On
foot.
his foot. Yeah, I just read that was from the Super Texters, right? Is that what you just read? Yeah.
Anthony says Jake Paul is a boxer. He's beat like 5 retired fighters. The only actual boxer he fought is Tommy Fury and got his butt kicked.
Huh.
See,
By the way,
I trust my neighbor on this stuff. He's the boxing.
Yeah, and what did he say?
He basically said that he said I have a new respect for Jake Paul for not, hurting Tyson, taking him out. He said.
All right, so 4702. Thank you, 4702. Jake Paul got $40 million. Tyson got $20 million.
Wow.
Well,
on Friday there was this rumor, or whatever it was, that it wasn't a rumor, but there was a script that was released of how the fight was supposed to go.
What?
So,
really?
but I don't know.
Well,
There's so
look,
much misinformation out there.
Wouldn't you do it? I mean, even if it was scripted, if it was, just a put-on show, wouldn't you do it for $40 million?
Yeah,
Like,
I
who
would.
cares?
Yeah.
Even if you took that money and walked away for the rest of your life, who cares?
Yeah.
So, Joan, you would lie to the American people. You would destroy your credibility for $40 million. That's not very Christian of you, Joan.
It's not.
I don't know.
You see what I did there, John?
Yeah.
I totally
I did
put
see
Joan. Go ahead, Joan. Don't laugh at my jokes more.
Yeah.
I'll just turn stuff around on you.
You
by
wait to
the
see
way,
how much I'm going to not laugh at your jokes
By the way,
now.
I would go ahead and sell out for $40 million. Not a problem.
I think any of us would, and Joan would give a lot of that money to the church.
I'd give my first 10% right to the church.
Way
you
to
go.
save her, Johnny. Way to save her.
Thank you, Johnny.
I know you would.
Johnny knows.
All right, whatever. Anyway, moving right along. I love how you two are like ganging up on me. Speaking of fighting, John, did you see what happened at the UFC Heavyweight Championship?
Oh, when Donald Trump went? What?
Donald Trump.
The posse.
Yeah, Donald Trump and his band of Avengers walk in.
Yeah.
You've got Trump, Elon Musk, RFK Jr., Dan Bongino, Trump Jr., and Kid Rock.
Hold on, there's one more, which I thought was the funniest thing in the world.
Who?
House Speaker Mike Johnson.
Johnson was there?
He was
Wow.
there. Yep.
You would have talked about out of place.
Yes.
Mike Johnson
Boy,
at
you're
a
not
UFC
kidding.
fight. All right. So the fighter, John Jones, this is the guy that won.
Yeah.
And he started doing the Trump dance.
I also want to say a big thank you to President Donald Trump for being here tonight. Can I get a
And then he hands Donald Trump his belt. The belt that he just won.
Yeah.
He gave it to Donald Trump. This is not like some junior fight, or this is the UFC Heavyweight Championship. And the guy just gives him the belt. And that, along with over the weekend and the last couple of weeks, you've seen all of these NFL players, college players as well, and they're all doing the Trump dance. And, I mean, you want to talk about a shift in culture. I mean, it has really happened. John, did you remember 8 years ago? You and I were on the air, and of course, Phil was here, and All that stuff was going on.
Yeah.
And we were just, we were blasted for being Trump supporters. And that's been going on for a long time. And so I think that part of what's going on right now, not to belabor the point, is that, yes, this is the greatest political comeback of all time. But this is also vindication for a lot of people who were Trump supporters before it was cool.
Very true.
You know what I'm talking about, Joan?
Yeah.
It was, see, I believe the vindication is because people were supporting Donald Trump and his ideas and the things that he proposed to do. Because they supported him, there was that lawfare. There was the shutting up of everyone. People couldn't speak their minds. You couldn't wear red without being punched in the head behind when you were walking on a D.C. street. People were at a D.C. restaurant wearing hats. Somebody threw firecrackers at them while they were having dinner. The amount of pushback that people got for being Trump supporters, and now people who are Trump supporters can say, in your face.
Absolutely.
Especially after the last 4 years we just endured.
Yes. This is freeing. People
it's vindication. It is freeing. And we can honestly say that, we were Trump supporters before it was cool. And I like that. And
well, even the actress Justine Bateman came out over the weekend.
She is all over the place.
Wait, have you read some of her stuff?
I've read some of the Twitter stuff. I mean, it's
funny.
It's funny. It's pretty good. And she's just randomly it's so funny. Randomly, Justine Bateman just comes out of nowhere and starts throwing stuff. I throw it down. It's awesome.
It is. And I'm glad to see her say that. She goes, I'm glad to see that the, free speech is back.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's taking all those videos of people who are crying and saying all weird things. And she's
critiquing them
as if she was like the director.
Yes.
Your lighting could be changed over here, and using a nose ring overdoes the emotion.
Slightly overacting here.
Yeah.
But she showed some sincerity at the 22-second mark. Yeah.
It's so funny.
And it's kind of funny is she's getting really intricate in some of her coaching details of some of these folks. And I never thought she was that great of an actress, but she is really throwing down.
Oh, she is.
John, did you, no, Justine Bateman is probably after your time. But when I was a kid, holy mackerel,
she was very, very fetching.
Fetching?
Yeah, it's very,
that's
very
a word
pretty.
I haven't heard in a while.
You haven't been listening to me for years. I use that all the time. Johnny and I use it all the time, fetching.
Okay.
Yep.
She was a very beautiful girl.
Justine Bateman. Just so you know, just for the record, Joan, just so you know, Justine Bateman from Family Ties.
Yes.
Some of the girls from Facts of Life.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Johnny and I have bonded over. We think that they're fetching. My favorites from Facts of Life, of course, Joe, Nancy McKeon, and Blair, Lisa Whelchel. And I think Lisa Whelchel, I don't know if she still lives in Nashville, but she was... She did live in Nashville a while ago.
Wasn't she a big conservative, too?
And she's a big conservative.
Yeah.
Makes her all the more fetching. Anyway, 5:53.
Kind of like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the movie.
Oh, Michelle.
Christy Swanson.
Christy Swanson.
She's a big Trump supporter.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, it's Monday, November 18th, and Joan Jones has the news coming up at 6.
Chalk one up for free speech as President Trump makes another pick for his incoming administration. Also, a prominent Nashville businessman and would-be politician has died. Those stories coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
Hello there, 6 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Stick around for the forecast and traffic still to come. Another big pick for the Trump transition team over the weekend, the president-elect naming Brendan Carr as the next chairman of the Federal Communications Commission. It's a pick that's seen as good news for free speech.
Carr, the senior Republican among the FCC's 5 current commissioners and a vocal supporter of Elon Musk, accuses big tech companies of censoring some viewpoints. Carr recently posted a letter he sent to Apple's Tim Cook, Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, and the heads of Microsoft and Google's parent company, warning them Americans have lived through an unprecedented surge in censorship. Your companies played significant roles in this improper conduct. Carr adding, the censorship cartel must be dismantled.
That's ABC's Lionel Moisey. Nashville businessman and former Democrat candidate for mayor Bill Freeman has died. Freeman was the co-founder of Freeman Web Company. He ran for mayor in 2015. Multiple Tennessee officials confirming his death, but the circumstances around it have not been released. One person is facing charges this morning after police say they used a stolen car to lead police on a chase from Kentucky through Tennessee. The chase started in Hopkinsville early Sunday morning. It ended in Clarksville Greenway. 2 juveniles were involved in that chase, and they were turned over to their families. Clarksville police tell Channel 4 the car had been stolen.
Kind of reminded me of the movie Catch Me If You Can. It seemed like everywhere we turned, something new was coming up, and we would just kind of scratch our heads.
Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management.
A week of major corporate earnings reports is underway, sending stock futures slightly higher. On Friday, the Dow Jones fell 300 points and ended the week at 43,445. The S&P gave up 1.3%, the Nasdaq 2.25%. You'll have some company if you're traveling for Thanksgiving. AAA predicts nearly 80 million of us will be on the move over the long holiday weekend, including a 20% jump in bookings for Thanksgiving cruises. Health officials are warning of an E. coli outbreak that has sickened 39 people across 18 states and left 1 person dead. Grimway Farms has recalled multiple brands of bagged organic baby and whole carrots that are thought responsible for the illnesses.
And just in this morning, Spirit Airlines has filed for bankruptcy protection. Just this morning, it's an attempt to reboot after a failed attempt to sell itself to JetBlue. Now, Spirit is the biggest U.S. budget airline. It says it does expect to operate as normal during the holiday season. Stock futures are mixed. Dow futures are down 162. NASDAQ futures up 68. S&P futures are unchanged. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got an accident in Talbot's Corner this morning. That's on 65 southbound lanes just past the I-24 north exit. That's number 88. The crash is blocking the left lane. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
6:06 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Lisa Welchel, Joan and Johnny came up during the Gang of Three, and now everybody's daring me to try to get her on the show. I don't even know where I would start with trying to get Lisa Welchel from The Facts of Life on the show.
Oh, this is the one you said is here in Nashville.
Yeah, she was on The Facts of Life. She played Blair, right?
Yeah.
Blair?
Yeah.
And
She probably has a publicist, right?
Sure she does.
You know what? Publicists, they never return talk radio emails. Like ever.
They'll return mine.
Well,
say,
you want
hey,
to try
I'm a
to?
news
You know
person.
what? You sucked up to Johnny, Joan, during the Gang of Three. Why don't you suck up to me and get me Lisa Welchel for a radio interview?
You going to get me coffee or something?
I'll
like,
bring
what
you
is
all
it?
the Space Cowboy coffee you want. I will give you, Joan Jones, a year's supply of Space Cowboy coffee.
Oh, hang on.
SpaceCowboyCoffee.com. And if you get me Lisa Welchel, and we'll talk in the 8 o'clock hour, and we'll have a great time. It's got to be in studio, though.
Johnny, you heard it, right?
I heard
He
this.
can't get out of this. Everybody on the super text line, you heard it, right?
you
It's
heard it
got to
live on the
be.
radio.
It's got to be in studio.
What if she gets Alex Van Halen?
In studio?
It's got to be in studio.
Why?
Joan.
Come.
She lives in Nashville. Drive down.
We work at stupid o'clock in the morning.
8 o'clock in the morning is not stupid o'clock.
8 o'clock, she's probably out jogging.
Listen, let me tell you something.
She's at the gym.
Yeah, she's at.
Let me tell you something.
At her home gym.
It's just when you're invited to come on Nashville's Morning News, you got to take the good, you got to take the bad. Then you have the facts of life, and the facts of this life is that she's got to come in at 8 o'clock.
All right.
Stupid o'clock.
Challenge
was
accepted. I'm gonna
You
work
do
on
it?
this. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
What if she gets Alex Van Halen?
Jason says because of the creep factor. That's why, Joan. Shut up, Jason.
The creep factor.
And I promise I will not ask her if I can get Nancy McKeon's phone number. You know, she played Joe.
Yeah,
you
had
to
thing
get
for
her in here
did you?
too. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Or that just suddenly make it creepy and weird.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Did it really?
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
You know, it's what we expect, but seriously.
Whatever. Larry says, "Don't you just love how Dan changes the rules?" I didn't change any.
Thank you.
Rules.
Thank you,
No,
Larry.
the rule. Shut up, Larry. I think that's right. I'm just going to tell everybody to shut up today. I think that's what it is. I think it'd be great to have her in because you know what? She's a conservative.
Yeah, she is.
So it would be great to talk about her journey as a conservative because as we were talking about during the Gang of Three, conservatism and liking Donald Trump and supporting Donald Trump is suddenly cool. And so I think it would be interesting to talk about her journey being a conservative. Now, The Onion is going after Elon Musk. We talked about this on Friday. Everyone else is talking about this as well. I find this interesting because I was reading about this and listening to some interviews with I guess he's the owner or the CEO of The Onion, you know, as they have bought now Alex Jones and his website and all that stuff. They basically bought Alex Jones to try to force him off the off TV and off of the internet and so forth. Now, I find it interesting because it looks like Elon Musk is now out there trying to help Alex Jones. There's a reason for it. I don't believe it's because Elon Musk is a huge fan of Alex Jones. Maybe he is, but because Elon sees this for what it is, which is an effort to stifle free speech. That's really what this is. They want him, The Onion and a lot of other people across America, they want Alex Jones gone. Of course, we all know what he did after Sandy Hook. He's also a big-time proponent of the Second Amendment. And so this is what the CEO of The Onion had to say to Good Morning America. This was on Friday.
Overnight, the judge in charge of this put a hold on your purchase, raising questions about the process, raising questions about transparency in the bidding process. What do you make of that? Are you confident this is still going to go through?
Yeah, by the way, just very quickly, the judge did put a hold on it because there was no transparency. The whole thing turned out to be kind of weird and frankly sketch about how they went about this whole process, The Onion, of buying Alex Jones and trying to shut him down.
Yeah, look, we won the bid. We own Infowars, and we are very excited about that.
But is it true that you didn't have the highest bid?
We did have the highest bid when you take into account the family's concessions here. They made a concerted effort to make this the best and highest bid for everybody involved. So we're very excited to take that over. And look, it's Alex Jones. If he just handled this graciously and moved away, that would be the funniest part of this whole situation. Obviously, that is not something that he's going to do in the situation.
So you're confident this is going to go through?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the issue, again, the judge in the case is now pushing back on the whole process of transparency of the bidding. So now Elon Musk is coming to the rescue, at least for right now. His lawyers from X have now filed a notice of appearance as an interested party. They want to receive all relevant documentation. And Jones says, and he came out with this, I think it was yesterday, that this is Elon Musk coming to save him.
He sent his lawyers to Houston in my corporate bankruptcy case, and they have appeared officially in the case and have requested all the data, all the files, and all the information so they can review it and find out for themselves exactly what is going on.
Yeah, the judge wasn't happy with the transparency of the bidding, so he has now come in, Elon Musk has come in and challenged it. Now, here's the thing, though. Not only do they, whether it's The Onion or the Sandy Hook families, they want to shut down Infowars. They want to auction off all of his equipment. They want to shut down all of his social media broadcasts. And it sounds like, to hear Alex Jones tell it, they want his brand. They want his actual name. And they want to take away his right to broadcast anywhere, at any time. And that's why Elon is taking a particular interest in all this.
Why did Elon do that? And I know the answer. It's because it's in his own self-interest at X not to allow them to do what they've been trying the last few months. They have literally claimed in federal filings, the Democrats, using these plaintiffs as their front group, that they own the name Alex Jones and that they own the name real Alex Jones on X. They actually put in the filing that the 13th Amendment does not apply to Alex Jones, the amendment outlawing slavery and indentured servitude, because all of the federal cases since then have said somebody can be bankrupt, somebody can be a criminal, somebody can be on death row, but you can't take their name and their likeness and use it without their permission or paying them, because that's slavery.
So think about that precedent. This means that if this case goes through, a court can find someone they don't agree with and take them down. A company can find somebody they don't agree with and take them down. And if you listen in this audio from Alex Jones, he describes this effort and the audio from The Onion's attorney. This could apply to anybody. That audio is straight ahead, 6:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads on WTN. Cloudy this morning and a high of 73, 56 now at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So if they can take away, basically what Alex Jones is saying is that if they could take away his identity, I'm saying that is a really horrific precedent to set.
And are saying they want to take my identity and have Infowars.com and use the archive of my work to edit it and to distort it and to ridicule me and, quote, discredit me. And they admit they didn't want money, the plaintiffs. They wanted to take me off the air in these filings as well.
I ask that with your verdict, you not only take Alex Jones' platform that he talks about away, I ask that you make certain he can't rebuild the platform. That's what matters. Take him out of this discourse, of this misinformation, of this peddling of lies, and make sure he can't do it again.
Wow. So you heard that, right? So this attorney is saying that Alex Jones is peddling misinformation. Do you know who else has been accused of peddling misinformation? Literally every conservative in America. So this is a dangerous precedent to set. This is something that is mind-blowing because this isn't about money. It is about preventing Alex Jones from broadcasting anywhere to take away that freedom of speech. Now, just to be clear, I find what Alex Jones said and did regarding Sandy Hook to be repulsive. But this isn't about Alex Jones. This is about free speech. You just, again, heard the attorney from The Onion use the term misinformation. According to the left, that applies to Joe Rogan. That applies to talk radio. That applies to Elon Musk. That applies to Donald Trump. That applies to, again, just about any conservative you know, including, by the way, yours truly. That applies to anyone in the information and opinion culture that they don't agree with. That also, by the way, applies to RFK Jr. The CEO of The Onion was interviewed about their interest in InfoWars. And basically, yes, they want to shut down Alex Jones. But again, the reiteration of this point has caught my attention.
Look, we're going to go after all of the, every facet of alternative media that is trying to get you addicted to stupid stuff.
Did you hear what he said? He said, we are going to go after every facet of social media that is trying to get you addicted to stupid stuff. Well, somebody please define for me what exactly is stupid stuff. Because more often than not these days, that is where the real discourse is happening.
Look, we're going to go after all of the, every facet of alternative media that is trying to get you addicted to stupid stuff. There is a whole world of podcasters and TikTok influencers who have some really curious ideas of the world. And I also think that we're learning right now that their followings are just as big, if not bigger, than traditional celebrities.
Actually, a lot bigger.
And they've gone unmocked. They got a free pass to this point.
Wow. So Alex Jones is target number one. Right now, it sounds like the CEO from The Onion, they're going after other people that they don't agree with. I mean, listen, Alex Jones said some really dumb things. He did a lot of damage, and he's paid the price and is paying the price. But the domino effect here is terrifying.
Look, we're going to go after all of the, every facet of alternative media that is trying to get you addicted to stupid stuff.
Like what? So then I start, as I'm watching all of this, you're going to be the arbiter? I would ask this guy, you're going to be the arbiter of what is stupid? Like questions about vaccines and lockdowns and their negative impacts, the impact of chemicals in food. Both of those apply to RFK Jr. and a lot of podcasters and talk show hosts as well. And by the way, a lot of us turned out to be right. What about the coverage of a laptop computer that the FBI was holding that implicated a presidential candidate and his son? And it was called Russian disinformation when in reality, everybody knew that it was real and it changed the course of history. I would ask the CEO of The Onion, is that stupid stuff? So this really, it's not an Alex Jones story. This is a free speech story. And this guy from The Onion saying that he is going to go after podcasters that they don't agree with, that's scary. So I agree with Elon Musk, and I agree with Alex Jones.
Elon Musk, hands down, is a hero.
The Democrats, of course, in the legacy media, they know that this election won via podcasts and podcasts that have been labeled misinformation. Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, a lot of these guys have been labeled as misinformation. And Donald Trump went on those podcasts. And the reason why Trump went on those podcasts is because more people trust those podcasts than the legacy media. And again, there's a reason why. And I just mentioned the reasons. So shutting down this free speech might all be part of the Democrats' plan to take back power. Only those with approved free speech will be allowed a platform. At least that's what it seems like to me. The Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986. Joan Jones has the news at 6:30. Joan, what's coming up?
We'll tell you, Dan, what Russia has to say this morning about the White House authorizing Ukraine to use U.S.-made long-range missiles in Russia. That's coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 622, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. So many reasons to like or love my two-way paradise, the Glock store. Now, this is where I've bought my guns. I've bought my ammo. You can get your firearms customized as well. I've done all of that. But what I really appreciate about the Glock store, what I love about the Glock store, is their training. They've got these massive rooms where you can refine your shooting skills, firing behind corners, in the dark, in motion, various target levels as well. So, listen, I've done my training in those lane ranges, and yes, it is really lame. Go to the Shoot 270 indoor ranges at the Glock store and, frankly, get better. Now, come on out. This is a great company. This is a great place to buy your firearms and do your training as well. They're minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. Find them online. Check out their Shoot 270 indoor ranges, shoot270.com. That is shoot270.com. Don't forget, of course, Christmas and the holidays coming up. And so if you've got a two-way supporter in your house, always think about the Glock store as a great place to get your two-way related gifts. Find them online again. Shoot270.com. That is shoot270.com. Hey, everybody. Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in, and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
It doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
know what's interesting is this whole move to shut down Alex Jones is actually bringing a lot of people to Alex Jones. Now, somebody wants me to play the Sandy Hook audio. I'm not going to do that because they kind of want to know, what is it about Alex Jones and Sandy Hook and all that the left and the media is so out of their minds over? I'm not going to do that because I'm not going to just judge him, I've decided, by that one thing. He made a mistake, and I believe that he knows that he made a mistake, whatever. But this is not about, as I said during that monologue, this is not about Alex Jones. This is about the attempt to stifle free speech and Elon Musk once again coming to save it. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, go back and listen to the podcast. John, let's make sure we podcast that segment. Sonia says it's more than shutting down anything they don't agree with, being the media, the Democrats, etc. It is shutting down anyone that they can't control. And Sonia's, and that's kind of what I said too, she is absolutely right. And one of the other things that they, 2626, sounds like they're trying to make a monopoly themselves by canceling everyone that they don't agree with. That is exactly what they're trying to do. And it sounds like what they, at the Onion of all places, they are the ones that are going to be the arbiters of truth and labeling anyone they don't agree with as misinformation, giving them the right and the justification to try to remove Alex Jones and anyone else, podcasters and broadcasters, whatever, that they deem as misinformation. And trust me when I say, the Democrats and the Onion, they are certainly not the arbiters of truth. It is 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with the latest stories. I want to let you know that there is an accident in Hermitage this morning. It's on the 40 side, the westbound lanes at Stewart's Ferry Pike. An accident is blocking 2 left lanes there, so be careful as you're traveling. In the news this morning, Russia warning today that the White House authorizing Ukraine to use U.S.-made long-range missiles within Russia is considered a, quote, qualitatively new round of tensions between Moscow and Washington.
The significance of giving ATACMS to the Ukrainians is that it will allow them to hit deep behind Russian lines, to hit supply caches, to hit troop buildup areas, and hopefully blunt the attack on Ukrainian forces inside of Kursk.
That's ABC News contributor and former State Department official Steve Ganyard. He calls it a bargaining chip for Ukraine. A pedestrian was struck by a car in Lebanon overnight, and police say that person was taken to a Nashville hospital with life-threatening injuries. The crash happened about 7:40 at the North Cumberland Street area near East High intersection. North Cumberland was shut down for some time during the investigation into the crash. It has since reopened. Thanksgiving, just a couple of weeks away now, and grocery stores have been posting turkey dinner deals and other promotions to tempt Americans who have not yet recovered from inflation price spikes. This woman lives in Columbus, Ohio.
You used to be able to just come in the store and pick out whatever. You didn't have to worry about it. But now you got to be more conscious with what you're buying and the pricing on what you're buying. So it makes it a little stressful this year.
And she says she's passing up on some items at the Thanksgiving dinner this year. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures mixed. The Dow down 85, but NASDAQ futures are up 70. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:32 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. By the way, we've got Kathy Henners. She is coming up next, going to go into a bit more detail on Tren de Aragua, who is, of course, we talked about this a little bit last week. They are back here in Tennessee. Going to talk about that again with Kathy Henners. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Window Nation. Now, Window Nation is bringing back its incredible Black Friday offer. You can get 50% off all window styles. This includes bays, bows, double hung, sliders, single hung, picture windows, and a whole lot more. Plus, pay no interest for 5 full years. And through the end of this month, receive an additional 10% discount. Huge Black Friday savings from my friends at Window Nation. Heating costs are going up again this winter. Some say up 23%. And if you don't have Window Nation windows, a lot of your money is literally going out the window. Get top-tier windows from Window Nation at a fraction of the cost of the other big names. Now, hurry. This sale is going to end December 1st, so act right now before this offer ends. Find them online, windownation.com, to get that 50% off all window styles plus 0% interest for 5 full years. Take an additional 10% off as part of that Black Friday special from my friends at Window Nation. Schedule your fast in-home estimate right now, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
Okay, it's a mess on 40 westbound at Stewart's Ferry Pike. That's at 219 this morning. An accident there is blocking 2 left lanes. Also, in Talbot's Corner on 65 southbound side at exit 88, that's a crash, and the left lane is blocked there. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
.638 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening. Kathy Hinters is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. 20 years patrolling the streets of New York, retiring to Tennessee. The battle never ends. Good morning, Kathy. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing all right, Dan.
I love what incoming border czar had to say. Tom Homan. He said this about what Donald Trump is going to do on day one dealing with illegal immigration.
Shock and awe.
Shock and awe, of course. That is Tom Homan. Now, let's talk about Tren de Aragua. Then we're going to talk about a little bit about this shock and awe. So, Tren de Aragua, it was in the news, of course, that they are now here in Tennessee. And apparently, according to TBI Director David Roush, he opened up a budget meeting last week, and this is what he said.
So I want to start off this morning just talking about some concerning trends.
Roush says a Venezuelan gang named Tren de Aragua has been spotted in metros across Tennessee.
Yeah, and here's the deal. Kathy, you and I have been talking about Tren de Aragua for a long time, but we have new listeners every single day. Thank you. So let's talk a little bit about the dangers of Tren de Aragua. This is an absolutely brutal gang, one of the worst, and they're now here in Tennessee.
Yeah, and where they come from generally is called Toricon Prison. It's a notorious lawless prison where crime is rampant. And so last year they had to use 11,000 police officers and military to raid. And at that time, several leaders and other members escaped, and obviously now they're here in the United States. But what's really scary about them is they are basically the South American version of ISIS. They use beheadings, and this happens across the country, and we're just not probably knowing it. But beheadings, they're burying people alive, and then torture, different tortures that I won't even get into talking about. But it's scary to know that, they're in Nashville. But some of the things people probably need to look for, especially business people, that would be hiring different people from across the world. They want to make sure that they're not human trafficking, and that's exactly what this group is now doing in Nashville, Chattanooga, Knoxville, and Memphis. They're using the human trafficking. So people need to pay attention, understand what human trafficking involves, take the clues that you may be seeing from women. They're using women, the migrant women and children that are coming across the border. They're scooping them up before they get very far off the border and using them as sex slaves. And then if they try to get away, obviously they kill them. The ones that do make it and are human trafficked and then eventually sex trafficked, drug trafficked, and everything else, these are the ones that are scattering throughout the United States. And so don't think for 1 second there's a fence around Nashville that they wouldn't go into, smaller counties and go beyond the major cities. But they are notorious for violence. And the one good thing the Biden administration has done is they sanctioned them along with MS-13. The problem with that is that only affects them monetarily. You want to affect them as a foreign terrorist organization, and we haven't done that yet. But another thing, too, going back to what to look for, tattoos are a huge presence on most of these gang members. And so it's important to know what these tattoos mean. Most of them are very visible. They'll be on the neck. They can be on the forehead, on the throat. So they're very visible. And they like to use the crowns, the 5-point crowns, the same as the Latin Kings. They like to use AK-47s. That usually is on the arm. That defines their role or status as a leader or as a hitman. Stars, which generally on shoulders, will indicate leadership within the gang. And then if you see gas masks, just run. But they do use gas masks frequently, and they indicate their role as security for the gang, and sometimes family members that have been killed, and they're rivals to the gang.
Well, Kathy, one of the things that I thought was interesting was over the last, couple months, we heard that Tren de Aragua, they were taking over apartment buildings in Colorado, and I think there was another state where this was. I think was it New York? I can't remember, but we've heard these stories of these Venezuelan gangbangers taking over apartment buildings, and you had a lot of people out there saying, "Oh, that's not really happening," but the reality is it is, and maybe maybe the quibble here is what exactly does, and I'm air quoting here, taking over an apartment building actually mean?
They actually kicked out people that live there, that pay their rent and live there.
Yep.
It was an apartment building in Aurora. And yeah, a lot of people were saying, oh, that can't possibly happen in this country. Law enforcement, while, they prepare for everything in training, they're not necessarily, and I'm not saying this to, put down police or anything, but we aren't always trained in every aspect of every crime that's going to happen. And certainly the notification, understanding who these gangs are. And so, they're sliding in pretty easily, but that did happen. And they're saying, Houston, Texas is loaded with them. New York City and Chicago, they're more into sex trafficking and drug smuggling. Down in New York City, they're kicking the migrants out of their hotel rooms, which now I guess Eric Adams is making everybody leave. But they are using the migrants. They either force the migrants to join them, and I say migrants rather than illegals, but we know what we're talking about here. So they are trafficking big-time drugs in New York City. They're selling fentanyl that's mixed, which is called Tussie or pink cocaine. And so that's a whole separate entity that they're getting involved in, but their big thing is the human trafficking. They're making tons of money over that. But yeah, they're just existing and coexisting with MS-13. I know I talked to a friend who's an officer out in Ferguson, and they're seeing an uptick of other gangs, the OGs, the orange, they're just coming in from everywhere. And so that's the next problem we're going to see is the fights between the rival gangs.
They've also
but
talked
make no
about
mistake, they're violent.
They've also talked about, Kathy, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua blending together, joining forces to become one super gang. I'm going to ask you about that and a couple more things. Right now, they've got to check the roads. 645 on WTN. Thank you very much. Cloudy today, a high of 73, and right now 60 degrees. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Kathy Henners is joining us, our top cop. So, Kathy, Tren de Aragua and also MS-13. Is there a worry? I saw a report a while back that the worry is that they're going to join forces and become one super gang.
Oh my gosh, yeah, and that makes sense for more of them to start joining. The resources are greater, the amount of members are greater, but eventually, like any other entity, they'll have fights amongst themselves and end up killing each other. But the joy about them to each other is that they exchange ideas. MS-13 has not been notoriously as violent as the trendy Aragua, but it's scary because they will be larger. MS-13, and you've got the Latin Kings and the different groups coming from California. They won't all agree to this because there are structures. There's leadership, and all the way down the line, they're structured in a way like any military organization. They have their leaders in security, their leaders in the monetary, financial part. So they're very structured. So that's where they may see a problem. They may not all agree to this, but money obviously is a bottom line. But violence and showing people that they mean business. They just had a thing in Colorado where one of the gang members there actually just pointed an AK-47 at a tow truck driver who was just trying to ask him to move his car. So they are very forceful in showing people they will be violent, and so that is a concern. I don't think we have too much of a presence of a lot of different gangs like that in our big cities here. MS-13 is here, but there's also, and I thought this was interesting, there's also an Italian mafia drug called Camaro that is joining the United States. That's coming in from Italy. So, we're going to have to deal with mafia presence now, too. So I was very fortunate. I got to work with a police officer from Florida whose expertise was in South American gangs, and he had gone to a Venezuelan prison as well as in Colombia, And he just, I could not believe, he was horrified. He said and you can look this up online, they will show you the pictures of these prisons. But the bad ones they're like cage-like structures where inmates, they're all mixed together. You don't have murderers separate. You don't have, your thieves separate. They're all in mass together. And then they're fed kind of like just thrown food, and the strong are the only ones that are going to survive. They have inmates that get killed. The bodies are left there until, they decide to remove the bodies. Mm-hmm. But the corruption of the guards is what's, really scary, because they're just so monetarily fed, but they'll look for assets or leaders within those large groups, just, whatever group, and they'll look for someone that they think could be an asset or a leader, and they'll remove them to a very posh prison where they have swimming pools and good food and all that stuff.
Well, let me
so
ask you.
This is what they're coming from.
Let me ask you this real quick, because running out of time. This is a bill that I find really interesting. There is a bill sponsored by State Rep Todd Warner, Republican out of Chapel Hill, otherwise known as the Tennessee Illegal Immigration Act. The bill calls on law enforcement agencies in Tennessee to request an immigration detainer from Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, when a person in custody is found to be in the country illegally. And what they want to do, and they go through different, scenarios of what may happen, but the bottom line is, if you're in this country illegally, not just somebody who is breaking laws, assault and robbing, but just if you're in our state and in our country illegally, they want to send you off to the nearest sanctuary city, within 700 miles. I think there's a couple of things, and I'm going to speak to State Majority Leader Jack Johnson in the 8 o'clock hour. But I think that's interesting, because part of what that does is it tells these illegal aliens that the welcome mat is not out, whether you are Tren de Aragua or somebody just wanting to come to the United States and you want to land in Tennessee. If you're illegal, you're breaking our immigration laws and you're gone. Do you think that's going to help the number of people coming to our state, particularly to say, Tennessee means business, we're going to go to, I don't know, whatever, New York?
I think, we'll send them right to New York. I think that will help. The problem is we have to get back to law enforcement being able to identify their status. Right now, most departments, most agencies do not ask someone that they have contact with what their legal status is. And so until that changes, that bill is not going to work, because we don't know who they are. We don't know, we're not allowed to ask for their documents. So we really don't know what their status is. So that's got to change. And the way we handle, these sanctuary cities, they're kind of changing their tune. When you look at New York City, Eric Adams wants them out.
Yep.
And we have to stop paying them and giving them cell phones and health care and all that. But it's going to be a tough process. Homans, I think he's going to be fantastic. But it's being misrepresented as, grandma that's been here, she may be illegal, but she's been here for 100 years, So it's being misrepresented. I think it's going to have to be a really strong hand. But like I say, law enforcement's got to get back the tools that we originally had when we could ask someone, let me see your papers. Are you here legally? And until that happens, I don't think any type of law is going to work. Sanctuary cities get what they ask for, but like I said, there's not a fence around them, so eventually we all see the problem.
Well, and I love, Kathy, how you've got New York Governor, I think it's Kathy Hochul, and Gavin Newsom, Governor of the state of California, and some of these other states that are saying, well, we're going to Trump-proof our states, and they're not going to cooperate with the mass deportation. So, in concept, I love what Todd Warner is saying. If they want to block Trump and Tom Homan from trying to deport all these folks, well, then we'll just, send them all their way. But I know that there's a lot of details. There's a lot of nuance in these plans. And as always, Kathy, really appreciate the perspective. It is 6:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, find out more about Kathy at dailyrollcall.com, dailyrollcall.com. And Joan Jones is here with an update on what's happening at 7.
Yeah, why some believe that Joe Biden's Ukraine change of heart isn't designed to harm the upcoming Trump administration. Also, just how many people tuned in for the Friday night fight on Netflix? We've got all that coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Appreciate it. It is 6:53 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Got a lot more straight ahead. By the way, the Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN.
7:01 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Stick around. We've got your forecast and traffic still to come. A stunning shift in policy after the Biden administration gave Ukraine the authority to use U.S. long-range missiles on Russia. But ABC News contributor and former State Department official Steve Ganyard says this is not a move to stick it to Donald Trump.
The administration realizes that incoming President Trump is going to try to quickly bring Russia and Ukraine to the negotiating table. So what's important here is that Kursk is Russia. And if the Ukrainians have to come to the bargaining table, they need a bargaining chip. And Kursk is going to be that bargaining chip. And so the administration is trying to help Ukraine hold that territory so they have something at the bargaining table.
Now, this shift came 2 months after 10,000 North Korean troops arrived in Russia to fight alongside the Russians. 4 people wanted in a deadly bowling alley shooting in Lebanon have all come forward now to police. A 20-year-old man was shot to death inside the Strike and Spare bowling alley Saturday night. Patrons tell Channel 4 it's a typically busy night.
Yeah, I mean, I know that there's always a lot of people here Saturday nights because everybody's just trying to have fun and bowl. But yeah, very tragic that happened. If anybody lost their lives, I hope that the Lord's with them, and I just pray for them.
Police are investigating claims by one of the suspects that this was a case of self-defense. But police believe the shooting stemmed from bad blood between 2 rival high schools. Spirit Airlines is trying to reassure its customers and employees that it's business as usual despite a bankruptcy filing.
Even an ad campaign featuring former child star Frankie Muniz.
The middle is all I've ever known. But with a blocked middle seat on Spirit, I'm not in the middle.
Hasn't been enough to turn red to black at Spirit Airlines. The carrier has voluntarily entered into Chapter 11 proceedings, saying it has financial commitments of $650 million to keep running during the restructuring.
That's ABC's Jim Ryan. Well, despite the complaints about buffering issues, streaming glitches, and low-res video, Netflix has said some 60 million households tuned in on Friday night for the Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight, and that was a record for the company. The fight was streamed to more than 6,000 bars and restaurants in the U.S., also a record for the boxing commercial distribution. The event featured one of the most anticipated women's boxing rematches in history, too, and Netflix says about 50 million households watched Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano, making it the most watched, make that professional women's sporting event in U.S. history. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are still to come. Joan Jones, WTN News. Couple of trouble spots in Clarksville on 24. This is the westbound lanes before Rossview Road. That's exit 8. It's stop and go traffic because of a crash that's blocking the right lane. Also near exit 11, there is some report that there's an accident involving a school bus as well. Nashville, a crash, Una Antioch Pike near Billingsgate Road. And that one just reported by police. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
707 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning, dear friends. It is November 18th. It is Monday. I'm here with Joan Jones and Johnny B. I'm Dan Mandis. Glad to have you along. So for me, I think that what Joe Biden has done, and this happens in apartment buildings. I was talking to Amy about this, where if you have disgruntled tenants that are like being evicted and on their way out, they completely trash the apartment, right? They'll put cat litter in the plumbing, like down the toilet and all these other things that they'll do. They'll set fire to the carpet. They'll let the animals just do their business all inside of the apartment building. They'll do whatever they can to destroy the apartment and make it harder to recover. That's what really bad people do. And it seems to me that's what Joe Biden is doing as well. Headline, outgoing President Joe Biden approves Ukraine using long-range missiles to hit Russia's interior. Now, at least to me, this is clearly Joe Biden trying to leave a mess on the way out the door. Donald Trump, his whole thing has been about de-escalation, trying to de-escalate the situation between Ukraine and Russia. And now all of a sudden, here comes Joe Biden approving these long-range missiles to hit well inside of Russia's interior. And so you have, the war hawks, the warmongers in Washington, D.C., the Republicans who are really excited about this. Senator Roger Wicker, the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, saying in a statement that he is encouraged by the decision, but that it does not excuse the administration's deliberate slow walking of items and assistance long authorized by Congress for use against Putin's illegal aggression. Representative Mike Turner, Republican out of Ohio, the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, also applauding the decision in a statement, but called it overdue, saying that Ukraine cannot properly defend itself if one hand is tied behind its back. Here's the problem. The problem is that Joe Biden has been in office 4 years, and and I've been saying this for probably, long as this thing has been going on, that we seem to give Ukraine just enough money and just enough arms to keep the war going. Not to win, not to lose, but just keep the war going. And so what the result of that is that billions and billions and billions of dollars is being sent to Ukraine. And it's just a black hole of taxpayer dollars that is going there. Now, Vladimir Putin, he's really angry. And the reason he's angry is because he understands how impactful and effective these missiles can be. And he actually has said, and I'm going to read you the quote in a second, but he has actually said that if America approves these missiles, because Ukraine needs America's approval, Joe Biden's approval to utilize these missiles, then he'll consider it an act of war, not on Ukraine's part, but on Americans' part. Now, this is from News Nation describing what exactly it is that these missiles can do.
We know it's called the Army Tactile Missile System, or ATAC EMS. The U.S. Army says the weapons have a range of up to 190 miles. They are surface-to-surface missiles, meaning they're shot from the ground and can hit GPS-located targets with pinpoint accuracy.
All right, so last month, Vladimir Putin said that the use of these missiles was his red line, and he has threatened nuclear responses if this happens. Now, we all know that Putin has been saying this for a long time. I don't know if this is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back or whatever, and he'll finally do something. We don't know. But what I know is that Donald Trump has been preaching de-escalation. This is far and away an escalation. And the American people voted on de-escalation. He's been talking about that for a long time. This is the exact quote from Vladimir Putin. Flight assignments for these missile systems can, he says, in fact, only be entered by military personnel from NATO countries. Ukrainian servicemen cannot do this. And therefore, Putin says, it is not a question of allowing the Ukrainian regime to strike Russia with these weapons. It's a question of making a decision whether NATO countries directly participate in the military conflict or not, Putin said back in September. He says if this decision is made, like Joe Biden has made, and is big news this morning, it will mean, Putin says, it will mean nothing less than the direct participation of NATO countries, including and foremost America, to utilize these weapons and thereby entering into the war in Ukraine. So there's a lot of opinions here. And again, I've always said that Biden gives Ukraine just enough money to keep the war going, but not to end it, not to win it. As you can imagine, Vladimir Zelensky, he's thrilled.
Again, Zelensky praising the news, saying in part, quote, I am deeply grateful to all our partners who support us with air defense systems and missiles. Every time Russia carries out such attacks, it underscores how critical it is that partners don't leave systems like Patriot and others sitting idle in warehouses, but instead provide them to those who know how to protect lives and urgently need them. But strikes are not carried out with words. The missiles will have to speak for themselves.
Yeah, and obviously you've got these missiles that are now going to be used to strike inside of Russia, and Vladimir Putin is threatening retaliation. And again, we'll have to see where this goes. But part of the frustration is that we keep hearing about all this money going into Ukraine, all this weaponry going into Ukraine, and it does feel unaccountable. And this war never ends, and this is, by all accounts that I've seen anyway, this is an escalation where Donald Trump has been preaching de-escalation, and that's what he's been working on before he gets into office. So the party of peace and love has become the party of war hawks, and this is a big change for the Democrat Party, obviously. And so part of this conversation has to be that Putin, on the one hand, he is angry that the U.S. is doing this, and at the same time sitting back and watching all of this because these particular missiles are short in supply. And so the more that we give to Ukraine, the fewer we have to defend ourselves because we are already in short supply of these missiles and we're giving them to Ukraine. What if we need them for whatever reason? Got a lot more, including a quote from Antony Blinken on how much money we're going to continue giving Ukraine. That is all straight ahead, 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Cloudy today and a high of 73. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
As we're working to make sure that Ukraine has what it needs to effectively defend itself, the United States continues to step up. We've obligated just recently and pushed out the door another $8 billion in security assistance for Ukraine. That was in September. Another almost $500 million just a few weeks ago. And President Biden is committed to making sure that every dollar we have at our disposal will be pushed out the door between now and January 20th.
So again, and you heard that audio bite last week, we've given Ukraine, depends on how you slice it, but overall, at least $175 billion in both military and related costs. And Biden just announced another, Blinken there said 8 million. I think it's closer to 9. And so now the big question is, how will Vladimir Putin react to all this? How will China react as well? Because Biden just met with Chinese leader Xi Jinping, just met him. And they talked about, and it was the first time in like 7 months. And so they talked, and one of the things that Biden said was about de-escalation in Russia. Well, this is not de-escalation, as most people are saying this morning. With all of this going on, by the way, we talked about this earlier. With all of this going on, $175 billion in both military aid and related costs, the Pentagon has failed yet another audit. I believe this dropped on Friday. You know, when they like to bury the news. The Pentagon failed its 7th consecutive audit on Friday as the agency was unable to fully account for its massive $824 billion budget. They say the officials We're confident the Department of Defense has turned a corner in understanding its budgetary challenges going forward. So they failed 7 straight audits. Only now are they understanding their budgetary challenges. I mean, does anybody else find that stunning? I mean, if I was in a job and my job was managing money, managing budgets and all that kind of stuff, and I failed an audit, I'd probably get fired. But you see, these things, common sense doesn't apply to our federal government. They can keep failing again and again and again, and there's no accountability, just like the money for Ukraine. They say the audits resulted in a disclaimer of opinion, which means that auditors were provided insufficient information to form an accurate opinion on the accounts. But with the goal of achieving a clean audit by 2028. That's right. They want to have a clean audit. They want to pass an audit in 2028. So they're already admitting they're going to fail the audit in 2025, in 2026, and 2027. I mean, who could live like this? Who could run a business like this? You couldn't. Our Pentagon sure can. Under Secretary of Defense and Chief Financial Officer, the agency says they have turned a corner in its understanding of the depth and the breadth of its challenges. They say, and this made my morning. You know what they say? Michael McCord, Under Secretary of Defense, the comptroller, momentum is on our side. That's what they say at the Pentagon. Momentum is on our side. Unbelievable. And you know what? Who's been a hawk on all of this? Tim Burchett. I love Tim Burchett. I'm going to replay this audio. It is a timeless quote from the congressman out of Tennessee.
You have a Pentagon that has billions of dollars that they hide. We don't ask for any accounting of. They never pass an audit in the history of audits. I've often said the only way we're really going to get to the bottom of this is somebody's going to walk out of one of these labs with this information and puts it out on the internet before they commit suicide by shooting themselves in the back of the head 5 times.
There we go. Tim Burchett, gotta love it. It is 7:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. People have said that he's going to maybe run for governor. Have you heard that, Johnny? Tim Burchett may be running for governor?
I have not, but I love it.
I've heard that. I don't know if it's true or not. I'll go ahead and just throw that out there right now. I don't know if he is or not. I've heard a lot of people are going to run for governor. Who knows who's going to run? But he has made he has pulled no punches when it comes to his detest of Washington, D.C. We know that. I think I said one time, somebody might want to do a wellness check on Congressman Burchett because of some of the things that he says. But I don't know. I just believe that if you're Joe Biden and Donald Trump ran on a platform of de-escalation, and then here you are sending these missiles and giving Ukraine the permission to utilize these missiles far into the interior of Russia, then that's a big deal. And to me, anyway, that is Joe Biden thumbing his nose at the vote that we all took on November 5th. It is 7:21 on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, the super text line is open, 1219. Burchett would be incredible. 5338. He's got my vote. 6081. I'd love Tim Burchett to primary Marsha Blackburn. Well, she just won. She's got another 6 years. Let's see here. 2323. Good morning, Dan. How is it Biden can keep sending money to Ukraine with no one's approval? That's because that's what he does. I mean, that's when you've got your State Department on your side and Antony Blinken and everybody's on the same page and they've got the funds to do it, then that's what they're going to continue to do. 722. So keep the quotes coming. If you would, keep the text coming. 615-737-9986. Friends, if you have a piece of land that you don't know what to do with, think about a pole barn from my friends at Stoltzco. They are the premier pole barn builders here in the state of Tennessee. You know, putting up a pole barn from Stoltzko could increase the value of your land big time. You can use it as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, or just live in it. The thing is, pole barns from Stoltzko, they are flexible and built really well. You could also plan ahead and build your retirement home. Now, a lot of folks in the city, they actually utilize these. They're barn dominiums, and these are pole barns that you can actually live in, and it's like a getaway country home. Stoltzko, call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. You can also find them on Instagram and Facebook as well, or at their website. It is stoltzko.com.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
728, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's called suppression. They suppress, and it actually should be illegal because it's, in many ways, it's worse than the written word, which these guys do quite well, actually.
So that is Donald Trump talking about suppression polls, talking about that Iowa pollster who got it so wrong days before the election. You're not going to believe what Donald Trump is saying this morning. Details straight ahead. Also coming up at 8:08, State Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson. He is going to join us as well, talking about all things regarding the state legislature. It is 7:28 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. WTN. Dan Mandis here. Don't forget that you can always find me at Dan Mandis Show on X or Twitter, whatever you want to say. You can also follow me on Facebook as well. It is all right there at Supertalk 99.7 WTN.com. Are you looking to save on internet and mobile this holiday season? Well, good news. Xfinity is having a Black Friday sale. Their best deals of the year are here right now. Learn how to get your choice of 5G phone on Xfinity. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price. So don't wait. Bring home a new 5G phone and get Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile. That is a great deal, a big deal, or should I say a gig deal. Now through December 3rd, ask how you can get your choice of free 5G phone with an unlimited plus line. Plus, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet and an unlimited mobile line together for only $35 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduce mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
Good morning. It's now 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're at 55 degrees now. It's going to be a warm one today, but cold weather is on the way. You've got the forecast and traffic still to come. President Biden has authorized Ukraine to use U.S. long-range missiles in Russia, but there are some limitations on these missiles.
No, they cannot attack Moscow with these missiles. Not only can the missiles not reach Moscow, Ukraine is probably going to be limited at the moment to using these missiles in the Kursk region, the Russian border region that Ukraine managed to gain a foothold in with its own surprise offensive back in the summer. And essentially that means just firing just across the border into Russia.
That's ABC's Patrick Reevell. The Biden administration says one reason for approving the long-range missiles was Russia's decision to hire 10,000 North Korean troops to fight alongside Russia. The media continues digging into President-elect Trump's pick for defense secretary. Fox News host Pete Hegseth. ABC News chief, White House correspondent Mary Bruce is among them.
His attorney confirming Hegseth paid a woman who accused him of sexual assault in 2017 as part of a settlement agreement, though claiming the encounter was consensual. Trump was made aware of the incident shortly after he named Hegseth to the position and is standing by him. His team saying that Hegseth has vigorously denied any and all accusations and no charges were filed.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:32 on WTN. Dan Mandis here. Stop letting high interest debt weigh you down. Pay it all off in days. Thanks to Loan Pronto's new Rapid Equity Loan. Now, listen up, homeowners. Again, Dan Mandis here. Imagine a completely hassle-free way to cash out your home's equity. No appraisal, no paperwork, and no waiting. Loan Pronto's all-new Rapid Equity Loan uses AI-driven technology to get you approved for cash out in as little as 1 day. Now, one client got $100,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out their debt, launched a home improvement project, and is now saving over $1,000 a month. Instant approvals, low fixed rates, and fast transfers. Get cash to consolidate all your debt and get a fresh start for the new year. Call Loan Pronto right now and see how much money you can save and how much you can qualify for. Imagine this time next week, you could be credit card debt free, but don't wait. Get your cash fast. 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. As always, tell him Dan Mandis showed you to reach out. The website, loanpronto.com. That's loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781 on approved credit, and MLSconsumeraccess.org. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
Got an accident in Clarksville. It's on 24 westbound side at exit 8, and the right lane is blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Seven 37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You remember that Iowa pollster who got it so wrong just days before the election? And Donald Trump and MAGA Nation, we were kind of ticked off. Well, we were ticked off because we knew exactly what this was.
It's called suppression. They suppress, and it actually should be illegal because it's, in many ways, it's worse than the written word, which these guys do quite well, actually.
See, this is why you can't trust the polling. Now, Trump is saying this morning that pollster, Ann Seltzer, she should be investigated. Now, let's remember what happened. Where days before the election, I think, wasn't it the weekend before the election, and all the polling showed that there was a dead heat, right? Iowa, and this was a Des Moines Register Iowa poll. Iowa, typically a Trump state, they come out and they say that Trump somehow has suddenly lost a lot of footing. And Kirsten Welker and a lot of the people in the media were looking at this poll and saying, all of a sudden, Donald Trump is down like how many points?
This new poll out of Iowa, which shows that Vice President Kamala Harris is leading former President Trump in Iowa 47 to 44%. He had the lead by 4 points just about a month ago. So
clearly you had, and this really did, it turned the election on a dime in the sense that people were looking at this poll and they were surmising that all of a sudden Kamala Harris just had this massive momentum going into the election day, November 5th. And all of us said, this poll is an outlier. There's absolutely no way. I think some of us even said that Ann Seltzer, the woman who did this poll for the Des Moines Register, she was taking a payday. And she was out. Well, here's a headline. Pollster Ann Seltzer stepping aside in the wake of the huge Iowa polling miss. She's retiring. So if you're one of those that said, and I don't think I said it originally, but I agreed with it, that this Ann Seltzer, this poll, was so far outside of the norm. And it was so clear, as Donald Trump said, a suppression poll. And if you don't know what a suppression poll is, basically what that is a poll designed to suppress the vote. That's what it is. And so when all the other polls, and let's be honest, the polls were way off, but when all the other polls said that they were neck and neck, all of a sudden, Kamala Harris, despite all of the common sense that would tell you that the momentum was with Donald Trump, she comes out with this poll. Just before the election, a poll from Seltzer sent shockwaves nationwide after it found Vice President Kamala Harris leading President-elect Trump in Iowa. In reality, Trump won with more than 200,000 votes in the state. So not only was she off, she was way off, suspiciously off, to the point now where the question, I believe, has to be asked. Did she put out a poll at the behest of the Democrats? Maybe she got a big payout and she decided, you know what? I hate Donald Trump and I'm going to go out with a bang. I'm going to put out this poll. It's going to be called the suppression poll. But going into the election on that Tuesday, it'll give people something to talk about pro-Kamala Harris over the weekend. And we saw that. In a column on Sunday, the well-respected pollster said that she was leaving the industry, though it may not be because the Iowa polling was so wrong. She says, over a year ago, I advised the Des Moines Register I would not renew when my 2024 contract expired with the latest election polls as I transitioned to other ventures and opportunities, she wrote. I don't know. You believe her? I don't. I think she was, and I'm air quoting the well-respected pollster. And, questions are asked, and the questions have been asked on these airwaves, where you say, okay, well, who exactly is it that respected Ann Seltzer? Who exactly respected these polls and this particular pollster? And to me, that question is other pollsters, mainstream media, some politicians as well. Because those are the people that value these polls. There's a reason I, during this election campaign, didn't necessarily do these deep dives into these polls, because I think that they are full of crap. Voice went up there, I'm sorry. But here's the thing, is that you still have people defending the pollsters. And so I think that Trump, you know what? Maybe he's onto something. Donald Trump calling to fully investigate the Iowa pollster who predicted him losing in Iowa. This is what he says. A totally fake poll that caused great distrust and uncertainty at a very critical time. Ann Seltzer knew exactly what she was doing. Thank you to the great people of Iowa for giving me such a record-breaking vote, despite possible election fraud by Ann Seltzer and the now discredited newspaper for which she works. An investigation is fully called for. Now, here's the thing. Is an investigation called for? Because I'm sitting here thinking about this, and I would have to ask, I mean, is it voter fraud? Did she do it on purpose? Did she do it to try to sway the election? I don't know how you prove that's what she was trying to do unless you can follow the money and find a money trail. But she was really wrong. And I will say this, and if Trump wants to, if he wants to investigate this, go right on ahead. If Trump wants to add Ann Seltzer to the enemies list, go right on ahead. Because the whole thing was really fishy. I mean, it was. And there's got to be some accountability. See, this is the crazy thing with these pollsters. If she didn't retire, what accountability would Ann Seltzer face? Let's be honest. She wouldn't have faced any accountability. Now, is it election interference? People could call it election interference as well. But I don't know what the exact definition is. But if they do an investigation and they see that the Democrats, either nationally or in the state of Iowa, said, we want to have this poll and here's what we want to do and here's how we're going to pay for it and all these other kinds of things, then, yeah, I think this is something that really does need to be looked at. But I like how the president says a totally fake poll. And we all said it was fake. And the great thing about, you watch the media coverage of this poll on the day that it was released and through that weekend going into Election Day Tuesday, they treated this poll like it was a serious poll, like this was an earthquake, a bombshell of a poll. And it wasn't. It was an outlier. And anybody who knows anything about polls, including yours truly, and I know just enough to say that I don't believe them. They're narrative peddlers, and they're trying to sway voters one way or the other, and I just don't trust them. I don't know the methodology. Somebody asked the other day, why is there sometimes such a disparity between, some polls and other polls? Well, it's because of how they ask the question, who they ask, how they, from a technical standpoint, are they calling landlines? Are they calling people's cell phones? Are they out in front of a shopping mall? I don't know. And so I always look at these polls and I'm like, and really 2016 and 2020 and now 2024 and certainly the midterms of 2022, it's all just a bunch of BS. Yet somehow, some way, the media still tries to drive these polls down our throats every single time. And I think, to be perfectly honest, I think they finally did it. Like, I don't know if there's anybody that is going to believe the polling moving forward. But you know what? I would love to know what you think. On the super text line, should Ann Seltzer, this absolutely disgraced pollster, who clearly, in my opinion, went after Donald Trump with this suppression poll, intentionally trying to impact the election, should she be investigated? 615-737-9986, 745, time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. Cloudy today and a high of 73, 57 now at Super Talk. 99.7 WTN had a ton of reaction about this whole thing with Elon Musk rescuing, it would appear, Alex Jones. And the reason why Musk is doing this, and I got to do this quickly, is because Musk sees the worry of the Onion trying to bury Alex Jones and keep him off of social media, keep him off of YouTube and X and so forth. That's what the Onion is trying to do. We've been telling you about how they bought Alex Jones. They bought his website. They're buying his studio. They're buying everything. And their plan is to shut it down. And the Onion simply wants him gone. And you've got the families of Sandy Hook. They're involved in all of this as well. And the families, in order for the Onion to be able to afford the money that Elon Musk, I should say that Alex Jones was, they're going to pay for his network, the families had to make some concessions on the money. So Jones, over the weekend, he came out and he started talking about all of this and about how Elon Musk is now looking to save his network and in the process, save free speech. This is part of what he had to say.
Overnight, the judge in charge of this put a hold on your purchase, raising questions about the process, raising questions about transparency in the bidding process. What do you make of that? Are you confident this is still going to go through?
Yeah, look, we won the bid. We own Infowars, and we are very excited about that.
But is it true that you didn't have the highest bid?
We did have the highest bid when you take into account the family's concessions here. They made a concerted effort to make this the best and highest bid for everybody involved. So we're very excited to take that over. And look, it's Alex Jones. If he just handled this graciously and moved away, that would be the funniest part of this whole situation. Obviously, that is not something that he's going to do in the situation.
So you're confident this is going to go through?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so the issue in the case is that the judge is now pushing back on all of this with the process and the transparency of the bidding. Now, remember, the judge is forcing the sale of Alex Jones and his network and all of the equipment and the studios and everything. And it's all part of these lawsuits. And so the worry that Elon Musk has, and he is coming to the rescue, is that now that the Democrats and now that the people who are going after Alex Jones know how to do this, then they're going to go after others that they simply don't agree with. And that is a very big issue because that turns into a free speech issue. It's already a free speech issue with Alex Jones, but now if this sale actually goes through, then it is a precedent. And they could start going after, obviously they're going after Alex Jones. They could go after Joe Rogan. They could go after any podcaster, any talk show host, anybody in the opinion-giving game.
He sent his lawyers to Houston in my corporate bankruptcy case, and they have appeared officially in the case and have requested all the data, all the files, and all the information so they can review it and find out for themselves exactly what is going on.
Yeah, that is Alex Jones talking about Elon Musk and the ex-lawyers getting involved. The judge, again, wasn't real happy with the process or the transparency of the bidding for Infowars, so Musk came in and challenged it. Not only do the Sandy Hook families and the Onion want to shut down Infowars, they want to auction off, again, all of his equipment, and they want to shut down his social media broadcasts as well. And it sounds like, to hear Alex Jones tell it, they basically want his name, his actual name, and his brand, and his ability to broadcast online to be taken away. So it's not like he can rebrand and start another network. They literally want to take away his right to broadcast and his right to free speech.
Why did Elon do that? And I know the answer. It's because it's in his own self-interest at X not to allow them to do what they've been trying the last few months. They have literally claimed in federal filings, the Democrats, using these plaintiffs as their front group, that they own the name Alex Jones and that they own the name Real Alex Jones on X. They actually put in the filing that the 13th Amendment does not apply to Alex Jones, the amendment outlawing slavery and indentured servitude, because all of the federal cases since then have said somebody can be bankrupt, somebody can be a criminal, somebody can be on death row, but you can't take their name and their likeness and use it without their permission or paying them, because that's slavery.
Exactly. And so one of the things that the guy in charge of the Onion, the CEO, I guess he is that he's out there and he's talking about going after anybody who is spreading, and I'm air quoting, misinformation. Jones did play this audio.
And are saying they want to take my identity and have Infowars.com and use the archive of my work to edit it and to distort it and to ridicule me and, quote, discredit me. And they admit they didn't want money, the plaintiffs. They wanted to take me off the air in these filings as well.
I ask that with your verdict, you not only take Alex Jones' platform that he talks about away, I ask that you make certain he can't rebuild the platform. That's what matters. Take him out of this discourse, of this misinformation, of this peddling of lies, and make sure he can't do it again.
You hear that? Misinformation, the peddling of lies, they say. Where have we heard that before? If you're in talk radio, or if you're listening to talk radio, or if you watch podcasts and so forth, that peddling of misinformation, that accusation, we've all heard that before. And so what the attorneys are trying to do is take down Jones for his opinion. That's what they're trying to do. And if they can do it with his brand of, and I'm going to air quote this, I'm air quoting it. I'm not saying Alex Jones is misinformation. But what I'm saying is they are going after him for peddling this misinformation when they've said the same thing about Joe Rogan. They've said the same thing about RFK Jr. They've said the same thing about talk radio. This is the CEO of The Onion.
Look, we're going to go after all of the, every facet of alternative media that is trying to get you addicted to stupid stuff. There is a whole world of podcasters and TikTok influencers who have some really curious ideas of the world. And I also think that we're learning right now that their followings are just as big, if not bigger, than traditional celebrities. And they've gone unmocked. They got a free pass to this point.
So I guess my question would be, okay, Mr. CEO of The Onion, who exactly is the arbiter of the truth? Because remember, when they start talking about the peddling of these lies and misinformation, a lot of the lies and the misinformation all turned out to be true. And so when he says,
look, we're going to go after all of the, every facet of alternative media that is trying to get you addicted to stupid stuff.
All right. So questions about vaccines and lockdowns and their negative impact, or the impact of chemicals in our food, or coverage of a laptop computer that the FBI was holding that implicated a presidential candidate and his son. And it was called Russian disinformation. And in reality, it was real. And that changed the course of history. So this isn't an Alex Jones story. This is a free speech story. And this guy from The Onion and the people that he partners with, including the Democrats and their machine, they're going to go after podcasters and free speech folks that they simply don't agree with, and that is scary. So, you know what? I agree with Alex Jones.
Elon Musk, hands down, is a hero.
Because Alex Jones and Elon Musk, they are going to do battle over free speech, as they both have been doing for a long time. 7:56 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news?
Coming up, Dan, chalk one up for free speech as President Trump makes another pick for his incoming administration. Also, a prominent Nashville businessman and would-be politician has died. Those stories coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in, and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
It doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Well, good morning. It's 8:01 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Another big pick for the Trump transition team over the weekend. The president-elect naming Brendan Carr as the next chairman of the Federal Communications Commission. It's a pick that's seen as good news for free speech.
Carr, the senior Republican among the FCC's 5 current commissioners and a vocal supporter of Elon Musk, accuses big tech companies of censoring some viewpoints. Carr recently posted a letter he sent to Apple's Tim Cook, Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, and the heads of Microsoft and Google's parent company, warning them Americans have lived through an unprecedented surge in censorship. Your companies played significant roles in this improper conduct. Carr adding, The censorship cartel must be dismantled.
That's ABC's Lionel Moisey. Senator Mike Lee is threatening to refuse to seat Pennsylvania Democrat Bob Casey. It comes as the Keystone State continues counting illegal ballots in a recount between Casey and Republican Dave McCormick.
We all know that precedent by a court doesn't matter anymore in this country, and people violate laws anytime they want. So for me, if I violate this law, it's because I want a court to pay attention to it.
That's Bucks County Commissioner Diane Ellis Marseglia. The state Supreme Court has already declared it illegal to count ballots without signatures and dates. Nashville businessman and former Democrat candidate for mayor Bill Freeman has died. Freeman was the co-founder of Freeman Web Company. He ran for mayor in 2015. Multiple Tennessee officials confirming his death, but the circumstances around it have not been released. Remember Dr. Deborah Birx? She served as Trump's coronavirus response coordinator. Well, she was asked by Face the Nation on Sunday about RFK Jr. being chosen to lead Health and Human Services. She says she's looking forward to hearing more about his vaccine skepticism.
He's a very smart man who can bring his data and his evidence base forward, and we can have a discussion that many Americans believe already is a problem.
And she said it's not good enough for the government just to say that vaccines don't cause autism. Stock futures ahead of the opening bell here. We've got Dow futures down 58, but the NASDAQ futures gaining 57. S&P futures up 3 points. That's the latest news, traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Couple of trouble spots. West Nashville, Charlotte Pike eastbound at I-40. It's a crash. Also in Clarksville, the right lanes are blocked on 24 westbound side at Ross View Road. That's exit 8. Stop and go traffic all the way from exit 11 up to exit 8. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
8:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in for a Monday, November 18th, along with Johnny B, Joan Jones. I am Dan Mandis indeed, and State Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. I'm always appreciative of your time, Senator, and let's just get right down to business. There's a number of stories that I find fascinating. First of all, this headline, and I was a little surprised by it, but you can help me fill in the details. Doctors say the suspect in the Jillian Ludwig case not competent to stand trial. This guy, this is the one, just for folks that remember, he's the one that killed Jillian Ludwig. And initially, they did not have him stand trial way back in 2021 because he had fired a gun into a car that carried a 1- and a 3-year-old. He was deemed incompetent. They let him back out, and then he got himself a gun again, fired it, and killed Jillian Ludwig. And so the big question was, how is a guy who was found mentally incompetent over and over again, how is he back out onto the street and then he gets a gun and he kills someone? In the state legislature, you folks did pass Jillian's Law, which I think is great. But I guess the question is, okay, so now we have yet another headline that says that he is not competent to stand trial. I would, by the way, argue tooth and nail that he is competent to stand trial, but I don't want to get into that with you. But does Jillian's Law not apply to Shaquille Taylor at this point? And, I mean, help me fill in the blanks here.
Hey, Dan, good morning. Always good to be with you. Thanks for having me on. Yes, we passed Jillian's Law back during this past legislative session. That situation with Jillian Ludwig is a horrific example of nonsensical violence that took place on the Belmont campus. And you had this individual who had committed violent crimes previously and had been deemed incompetent to stand trial. And with some judges and in some courtrooms, and there was some disagreement on this, some judges interpreted that if an individual was deemed incompetent to stand trial, that you just had to dismiss the case and just turn them loose back onto the streets. Now, there were other judges who would fight strenuously to have those people involuntarily committed for mental health treatment. So we passed Jillian's Law to say, no, without question, if an individual is charged with a violent crime, the courts then will remand that individual involuntarily, if necessary, for mental health treatment. You shouldn't just be turning them back out onto the streets so that they can commit additional crimes. Now, in terms of the application for this particular individual, I don't know. That's something the courts will have to interpret relative to ex post facto issues and the fact that the crime was committed before this law was passed. But fundamentally, it's important for people to know that now when someone is deemed incompetent to stand trial, they will be remanded for mental health treatment until they are determined to be competent to stand trial, and then you can proceed with the trial, or they're ultimately deemed not to be a threat to society.
All right, other news, because I know your time is short, so is mine. I think this is interesting. State Representative Todd Warner, Republican out of Chapel Hill, he is drawing up legislation, or he has legislation, where he wants to deport illegal aliens to the nearest sanctuary city of their choosing, but out of the state of Tennessee. Now, it's important for folks to know this is not, people that come in and commit other violent crimes. No, this is somebody who is in our country and in our state illegally. And there's a lot here. So let me just explain it to folks. I don't know if you've heard of this bill or not. You're, of course, in the state Senate. But here's what they say. They say the Tennessee Illegal Immigration Act, the bill is calling on law enforcement agencies in the state to request an immigration detainer from Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, when a person in custody is found to be in the country illegally. Once the detainer is received, the law enforcement agency will hold the individual for the maximum time requested by the detainer or until ICE takes custody of the person. If that detainer expires or one is not received by law enforcement, or if that person is not taken into federal custody, then they would be transported out of the state to a sanctuary city. In this case, it would be a location outside of Tennessee and within 700 miles of where that person has been taken into custody. I love this part. This is my favorite part. And by the way, I'm all for this, not to lead the witness, but I love this part. Tennessee will then send the costs to the U.S. Treasury Department. If we don't get reimbursed, then we will withhold payment on federal taxes on fuel equal to those expenses. Now, there's a lot of detail in that, and I'm sure a lot of people got lost in the detail. But, from a general standpoint, Jack Johnson, what do you think?
Well, I love it as well. I think it's a great idea. But let's break down what's supposed to happen and what is not happening now, and why we're so frustrated with the Biden administration and their failure whenever it comes to enforcing our immigration laws. What's supposed to happen if law enforcement encounters someone because they've committed a crime, or for whatever reason law enforcement comes into contact with someone, they have to take them into custody because they've assaulted someone, or they've been caught vandalizing or burglarizing, or they've committed murder, whatever the case might be. And then they determine that individual is in the country illegally. Well, first of all, they should be prosecuted, and they should face the appropriate punishment for their crime. Once that has been done, then the way the process is supposed to work is that we notify ICE. We believe this individual is in the country illegally, and Immigration Customs Enforcement comes and gets that individual and takes them to the border and deports them and gets them out of the country. And then, of course, they're identified, they're fingerprinted, and if you have a secure border, when people are wanting to come legally into the country, you're able to identify who that person is, and they're not allowed to come back into the country. It's why it is so incredibly important, and we're all so excited that Donald Trump was reelected president. He's appointed Tom Homan to be his border czar, and now we're going to have a cooperative federal government and Immigration and Customs Enforcement agency that is going to help us deal with these people who are in the country illegally, and for those who are in Tennessee, we're going to get them out of the state.
I know that it's a little hard to get a hold of Governor Lee these days, but from your vantage point, you do have a lot of these governors in other states that are saying, well, we are going to Trump-proof their state. I'm assuming by your comments there that everyone is on the same page, from the governor's office to the state legislature, for the most part, that everyone is on board with cooperating with a mass deportation?
Oh, absolutely, 100%. And let me remind you and your listeners, Dan, we've done an incredible amount of work to demagnetize Tennessee, because when you have a failed immigration system and you have an unsecure border, which we've had for the last 4 years, really the only time we've had a secure border was during the 4 years that Trump was president previously, and that's why we're so excited he's going to be back in the White House and get that border secure again. But not only are we going to cooperate, we passed a law several years ago that prohibited any city, any municipality in the state of Tennessee from designating themselves to be a sanctuary city, meaning that they will not cooperate with federal immigration authorities. So that's been prohibited for many years in Tennessee. The problem is we haven't had a federal government and a federal immigration enforcement system that was following the law. We're going to have that under Donald Trump. We're going to have that under border czar Tom Homan, and I could not be more excited.
8:15 on Nashville's Morning News. I know that, again, our time is short. I have one more question to ask you regarding SB1. Now, for folks that don't remember, we covered this extensively on WTN. That's the ban on transgender surgeries on minors. We have that going in front of the Supreme Court. We're going to talk about that with State Senator and Majority Leader Jack Johnson coming up, 8:15. Time to check the roads. Cloudy today and a high of 73. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Majority Leader Jack Johnson, state senator, is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. So this is a big deal because SB1, of course, the state's ban on transgender surgeries for minors, that is going to go in front of the Supreme Court on December 4th. Everyone knows that, most people listening to WTN are against these transgender surgeries on minors. Again, this is SB1. We talked about this a lot. How do you think this is going to fare in front of the Supreme Court? Because our case, Tennessee's case, is, I guess, the test case for the entire nation.
It is, Dan. I'm very excited about this. You're right. In 2023, House Majority Leader William Lamberth and I sponsored this legislation to ban these surgeries, transgender reassignment surgeries on minors, as well as the use of these very, very harmful prescription drugs, puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones. We banned all of that in Tennessee. Not unexpected. We were sued. We were sued by the Biden Department of Justice and the ACLU over that legislation. It's made its way through the court system. Now, the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals appeals affirmed our law. It is in place right now. Children are protected in Tennessee right now. But in other states, other jurisdictions, similar laws or variations of the law have been enjoined. And so you've got different decisions from appellate courts, which means that potentially the Supreme Court can take the issue up and decide it once and for all. And that's what is happening. The United States Supreme Court granted cert on this case back a few months ago, and we found out a couple of weeks ago that oral arguments will be December 4th. And our law that we passed in Tennessee, along with Kentucky's law, but ours is really the lead on that, will be the test case for the entire country. It's very exciting, somewhat overwhelming and a bit humbling, but I will be in Washington with a number of my colleagues on December 4th. Ask your audience to pray for a good outcome there before the Supreme Court. Probably won't get a decision until sometime next year, but these oral arguments will take place on December 4th at 10 a.m., United States Supreme Court, and we're very, very excited that Tennessee is again leading the nation and setting the standard for protecting kids from these very, very harmful surgeries and drugs.
All right, we've got like 60 seconds left. Other priorities real quick in the state legislature.
Well, I'm very optimistic. We're going to get universal school choice passed. I'm committed to that. Governor Lee and the vast majority of our colleagues are supportive of that. Parents should be able to make educational decisions that are best for their kids. The government should not decide where your kid goes to school. You should decide where your child goes to school. So we're going to create a universal voucher program. We call them education freedom scholarships for kids, so parents can make educational decisions that are best for their kids. More to come on that, but very excited. And that, by the way, Dan, is Senate Bill 1 and House Bill 1 for the 114th General Assembly, the very first bill filed.
All right. Thank you very much. Always appreciate your time. State Senator, Majority Leader Jack Johnson. Good luck in Washington, D.C. if we don't talk to you before then, and have a great week. It is 8:19 on Nashville's Morning News. You heard Jack Johnson talking about Tom Homan, the new border czar for the Trump administration, the incoming Trump administration. And he was asked over the weekend by Donald Trump Jr. What he expects to happen on day one of the Trump administration when it comes to illegal immigration.
Shock and awe.
Shock and awe. That is exactly right. Shock and awe. Here's more of what he had to say. This is great.
Shock and awe. Shock and awe. You're going to see us take this country back. And look, like I said before, it isn't just about the deportation operation. It isn't just about saving the children. It ain't about securing the border. What's the result? Less overdose deaths, less sex trafficking. For God's sakes, one of the worst crimes around. Less migrants dying. Under this administration, over 4,000 aliens have died crossing that border. An historic record.
I mean, he's absolutely right. You know, during Donald Trump's first administration, where, you know, Homan talks about how he held the hand of a 5-year-old dying in the desert because they made that little boy made that dangerous trek. And he says over and over again that he is trying to save lives. Donald Trump has said this ad nauseum, that they're trying to save lives on both sides of the border.
When President Trump, again, had immigration on 90%, had that border shut down, he saved thousands of lives. So less aliens die, less Americans die. Wages will increase because you don't have all that illegal labor working for pennies on a dollar up here. Alien crime, you're going to see that reduce significantly. As far as Trenda, Agua, and MS-13, a notice to you, my gang's bigger than your gang, and we're going to take you out too.
I love that. My gang's bigger than your gang, and we're going to take you out. And we're just speaking with Jack Johnson, of course, again, Senate Majority Leader. And, you know, they're talking about how they will absolutely cooperate with President-elect Donald Trump in this mass deportation. TBI Director David Rausch, who opened up budget meetings last week with Governor Lee and his administration, he had this bombshell.
So I want to start off this morning just talking about some concerning trends.
Rausch says a Venezuelan gang named Tren de Aragua has been spotted in metros across Tennessee.
They are very violent. This is a group that was created in the prisons in Venezuela. They are here, and they're in numbers here.
Yeah, and they point out that Biden designated them as a transnational gang and put bounties on the heads of their leaders, but that's really not going to do much of anything. They're still here.
What we are seeing is they are back. They are back in all of our major cities. They are running human trafficking operations. That's where they start. But we are now, talking with our peers throughout the country, have learned that they have a pathway to more violence.
All right, so there you go. So I'm heartened to hear that hopefully Governor Lee, we don't hear from him much these days, but hopefully Governor Lee will cooperate fully with the president in this attempt at mass deportation. I think it is a great idea. 822 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here for Zero Res. Eternally grateful to these folks because they keep my carpets insanely clean and safe for Riker and now my grandson as well. Now listen, dirty carpets equals sickness. Your carpet is the #1 air filter in your home. So keep it clean the Zero Res way. You know the Zero Res difference, right? It means powered water. No soap, no residue, no harsh chemicals. That means pure safety for your family and pets. And your carpet's going to dry twice as fast. So get your home holiday ready with Zero Res. They've got the highest approval rating from the Carpet and Rug Institute. They've got thousands of positive Facebook and Google reviews as well. And a big thumbs up from my house. Now, a great deal going on right now, headed into the holidays. 3 rooms for $129. You get a free hallway as well. 3 rooms, $129. You get a free hallway. Plus, using promo code FRESH100 to get $100 off air duct cleaning as well. Restrictions do apply, but call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 1-800-0-RES, 1-800-0-RES, ZeroResNashville.com.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck. 8:29, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Chris Hand is in the house. And no, it's not time yet for the gang. Turn your mic off. I'm just kidding. Say hi to everybody, Chris.
Hello.
Chris and I had some bonding time on Saturday night. We'll talk about the Armored MMA. Is that what it was?
Yeah, it was Armored MMA.
I got to tell you, I was really impressed by that.
It was nuts.
Well, speaking of which, the guy that got kicked in the midsection.
Oh, my
holy
gosh.
Holy mackerel.
He dropped.
Like a sack of potatoes.
Yep.
We can talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. You know, working so early in the morning, that first cup of coffee is crucial. So is the second and the third cup, by the way. And for me, I depend on Space Cowboy coffee to get me going. It is my new favorite. It really does inspire me to get downstairs and start brewing and start prepping. Now, this is a great local company based here in Nashville. They've got a lot of fans. And right now, if you use promo code Dan, you get 10% off and free shipping when you order $50 or more. So take it from the coffee snob. Space Cowboy coffee is indeed incredible. Now, some folks like their coffee on the medium and the lighter side. That's all fine, well, and good. But me, I'm into the darker roast, which means that I love their Starstrom and Costa Rican single origin coffees. They give me that jolt I need to get up and out the door every morning. So whatever roast you want, Space Cowboy Coffee has it for you. Find them online. It is spacecowboycoffee.com, spacecowboycoffee.com.
Good morning, 8:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Russia is warning today that the White House authorizing Ukraine to use U.S.-made long-range missiles within Russia is considered a, quote, qualitatively new round of tensions between Moscow and Washington.
Giving a tactics to the Ukrainians is that it will allow them to hit deep behind Russian lines, to hit supply caches, to hit troop buildup areas, and hopefully blunt the attack on Ukrainian forces inside of Kursk.
That's ABC News contributor and former State Department official Steve Ganyard. A pedestrian was struck by a car in Lebanon overnight, and police are saying that person was taken to a Nashville hospital with life-threatening injuries. The crash happened around 7:40 last night at North Cumberland Street near East High intersection. North Cumberland was shut down for some time during an investigation into the crash. It has since been reopened. Well, it's happened again. Milwaukee Bucks star Bobby Portis' home robbed while he was at a game recently. Similar to the break-in at the homes of Minnesota Timberwolves player Mike Conley and Kansas City Chiefs stars Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. ABC News contributor Brad Garrett says it's really no surprise to him.
It's pretty easy to look up when a basketball game is being played and to figure out where a particular professional athlete lives, because they're also very active on social media.
Portis is offering $40,000 for information leading to the return of his property. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. It's a mixed bag for the start of trading this week. The Dow Jones Industrial starting off 98 points lower. We've got the NASDAQ up 24 and the S&P 500 index down just a fraction. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:33, Nashville's Morning News. Are the relatives coming to your house for Thanksgiving dinner? Let Busy Bee help you by ensuring that your home is in-law and relative ready. Busy Bee has a limited number of 14 SEER 1 and 1.5 to 3 ton split heat pumps for only $69.95. Now, this system offers a great balance of energy, efficiency, performance, and year-round comfort for residential homes. How about $750 off of an upright tanked water heater with circulation kit or a free package upgrade for air duct cleaning? Bottom line here, friends, Busy Bee is always looking for you to save money by going with them. 615-775-7833. Don't forget to become a Beehive member. I've been a Beehive member for a long time now. If you're already a Beehive member, you qualify for an additional membership that you can give to your in-laws for free. Bringing families together the Busy Bee way with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. For satisfaction guaranteed, call Busy Bee HVAC. They are your Rude Pro partner. 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com.
Got a problem in West Nashville on Charlotte Pike eastbound at I-40. That's where there is a crash at the light for the eastbound ramps. Also, East Nashville, Gallatin Avenue at Grenada Avenue, an accident. And another one in South Nashville. That's a crash reported by police at Glen Rose Avenue and Whitsett Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.837 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here. Now is the time to call Cove Generators if you've ever wanted a backup home standby generator. Now is the time to do it with my friends at Cove Generators. They've also got great financing options as well. Right now at Cove Generators, they are offering you a free 10-year warranty. That is well over $1,000 value. So if you have ever wanted one of those backup home standby generators, now is the time to do it. When your power goes off, they're going to kick your power right back on. A backup home standby generator. If you don't have one in your life, you need one to protect your family and your home. So be prepared for the next power outage and call Cove Generators. Never lose that power again. 931-559-3311. 931-559-3311. You can always find them online, covegenerators.com. .838 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Chris Hand and I are with the mics off. We are solving the world's problems
very quickly.
It literally took like 5 minutes.
We handled it.
It's all done.
You're welcome.
Can you tell us about your date night the other night?
Dan sent me a text at like noon. He said, "What are you wearing tonight?"
I knew it.
I had forgotten about that. I've never been to a armored MMA fight before. MMA is mixed martial arts.
Yep. I had never been either. It was awesome.
So Chris and he told me what he was wearing, and I dressed, I believe, somewhat appropriately.
Yeah.
I think it's a great crowd. There are a lot of mullets.
A lot of mullets.
Did you notice that? A lot of
a lot of mullets and knights helmets.
Yes.
And one could only assume mullets under the helmets as well.
I told Amy, a lot of these folks, and this is not an insult, I just think there's a lot of people there that probably play Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, it's not an insult.
Just an observation.
Just an observation. Listen, I was the king of mullets, you people.
Did you also play Dungeons and Dragons?
No.
No.
I can't even get anybody to play chess with me or checkers or any of the other games that I like to play.
Cheesy.
My generation was World of Warcraft. I bet you there was a lot of WoWs in there.
Nobody wants to play Twisters with me, Johnny. It's really kind of sad, actually.
It's just a one-man Twister down in the basement.
Sure. That's what I do. Anyway, so it was a lot of fun.
It was dangerous. It's dangerous in the ring, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so which one of you guys sent your kid into the ring? I saw the videos.
Oh, that was Chris Hand.
Yeah.
Wow.
I sent,
great dad.
Young Brooks, he was training. He was training with some of the fighters beforehand in the ring, and then he was fanning our fighter with his shield mid between rounds.
That's right.
He was rocking. He picked that up on his own. There was other trainers doing it, so he got in there, and I let him bring his plastic sword and his plastic shield, and he hopped to it, and he just started fanning that guy.
So Chris knows I was stressing. Why do I stress over everything?
Dan was like, "What are we doing in there?"
They want us to go.
I don't know. Are we walking out with them? I'm like, I'm not sure.
And do we have time to?
We had to go into the ring with him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why? What am I going to do? And so I'm kid you guys. Did you know I was sweating because I got all these people out there, And by the way, did you hear?
Sounds like a personal issue. What?
Stop it. Did you hear when when they announced that we were from WTN? Did you hear the boos?
There was like one isolated boo.
Oh, I heard it. and I thought it was Marsha Blackburn somewhere.
No, actually, it was Heidi Campbell.
There you go. That's exactly right. And I was in for Murphy.
Hey, by the way, speaking of Murphy, and speaking of mullets, I don't know if you guys seen this on the Big X, but on Matt Murphy's account there, his Twitter page, his X page.
Yes.
He says, I have no idea who this dude on the sidelines of the UGA Tennessee game, I don't know who this is, but he's wearing a good-looking red jacket. It looks suspiciously like Matt Murphy.
Oh.
So he was at the Tennessee
I thought
Georgia.
he had a thing with...
I don't know.
Well, time out. Hold on.
What did he have going on?
What are you guys doing?
He told me he had a thing with his mother-in-law.
Well, maybe she was playing in the game.
Maybe she was.
Maybe she was a cheerleader.
She might have been.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But it's definitely him on the sidelines there. He's wearing his.
So what did he tell you?
Busted.
What did he tell you?
I'm not telling tales out of school.
Oh man! All right, whatever. Whatever. It's all good. Listen,
if you say Murphy's name too many times into a microphone, you get a call on the hotline.
Yeah, he appeared. You say it 3 times and he shows up.
Well, whatever. Whether he had something going on with the family or maybe, okay, here's what it is. The family event was in Georgia at the stadium. Down on the field.
There you go.
Is he and his mother-in-law down there? Are they down there with him?
I don't know. He's talking to some gentleman.
Maybe that's his father-in-law.
Maybe his father-in-law.
That's kind of funny, actually.
Do you think he got a pass to get on the field, or did they storm the field and Murphy was just in on it?
Oh, he would be the lead stormer.
Oh, man.
Actually.
He was invited. I mean, because, Georgia.
Was that at Georgia?
Yeah.
Between the hedges?
That is a cool place.
Between the hedges?
UGA, oh, man.
Between the hedges.
It went over my head,
If
too.
you've never been to that campus, you need to go.
Yeah. I've been on that field.
Yeah. Athens, Georgia. Yeah, it's beautiful.
2008, Murphy had a family thing called Tennessee versus Georgia. Just for the record, I don't care. Whatever the deal, I'm here for Murphy's show any day of the week. But instead of him owing me 1, he owes me 2. You know what the best part of that thing on Saturday was? So I parked at the station and Ubered over, right? So I had to Uber back to the station. So I'm walking out. I've got a little styrofoam sword that your son wanted me to have.
Yeah, well, Dan walks away and he goes, I didn't think Dan was going to take it, Dad.
He gets a little styrofoam sword thing. And so I'm walking out of the municipal auditorium thing.
Little boy, are you lost?
And outside, there's a bunch of homeless people, and they're laughing at me. You're like, oh, my God.
Did you brandish your sword?
No money for you.
Yeah, they were like, "Oh, we're so scared of your sword." I'm literally carrying. I'm carrying it like it's a baton or something, and it's like flailing in the wind, that
That's
kind
hilarious.
of a thing. Well, I wanted to bring it home for Riker.
Was he happy about it?
I haven't given it to him yet.
All right.
But I don't know if he will.
So you're
Maybe
keeping
he will.
it? Oh, I know what you're going to do. You're going to wrap it up and give it to him for Christmas, right? Like you bought it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do,
See?
John.
Stocking stuffer.
I know.
That's a great idea.
We went to the merch booth. We got all the stuff. We got trading cards, and Brooks was backstage getting all the autographs from all the fighters beforehand.
How cool.
Yep.
He was just that kid was floating around there.
He was excited. And I'm going to say this for Armored MMA is that's actually pretty impressive. Like those guys, they come lumbering in. And they're swatting each other with those are like steel swords.
Everything's heavy. Yeah. I mean, there's no sharp edges, but they're whacking each other with them.
Yeah, and then again, the one guy that got hit in the groin.
Oh my gosh.
He it was like
boom,
just
wow.
down.
Well, yeah, wouldn't you?
Oh, what did I say? I said, why are they not wearing cups?
Yeah.
Like for you?
They are. It's just they got steel boots on too.
Woo. So what's your assessment of this? Is it like for real or is it like wrestling style fighting?
No, they're real. They're real. They're really going at it.
Yeah, because there's no real money in it right now, right?
Well, this league is like the biggest in the country, and there's going to be money in it. They're blowing up really, really fast, and they're the only league that's paying their own fighters.
Well, I had a lot of fun.
It was awesome.
So yeah, it was cool.
And we were ringside the entire night.
We met a couple listeners.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, and so that was cool as well. And our listeners did not have mullets though. I'm not disparaging mullets. I remember fondly when I had a mullet.
I keep telling Virginia that I want to give the kids mullets, and she just says no. And I'm like, we got to do it.
I hope she stands her ground.
Pull the dad card.
I feel like I should. Why let her stand her ground? Why? We got to do it once.
Joan's trying to cause problems.
No, I'm with her. I'm with her. Mullets are, yeah.
No, I want the kids to have mullets and like an old can of beer and a cigarette, and I want to take pictures.
Perfect.
Yeah.
You know what? Next Halloween.
A Joe Dirt mullet.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
With like a flannel shirt with the arms ripped off. You know?
All right, real quick. The Mike Tyson fight and Jake Paul.
Yeah.
So, real or fake?
So I think it was real in the sense that they started out boxing, but I bet you there was an agreed upon. I'm not going to embarrass you.
Hey, when I give you the signal, stop punching me. Whatever that signal was.
Tug on his ear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, exactly.
He could have. My wife, Virginia's sitting there. She like pulls the blanket over her face. She's like, "No, I can't watch this. Like I'm watching an old man get assaulted on TV. Why is this okay?"
When I chew my ear, please stop.
Well, here's the deal, though.
Chew my ear. I got that, Johnny.
Thank you.
When Mike Tyson walks in and he's got, like some salt pepper shakers and he starts putting it on Jake Paul's ear.
Did you hear that Jake Paul already has another fight scheduled?
Does he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's gonna go up against Jimmy Carter next.
Stop it.
It's that's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be good.
He's been waiting.
He said he wanted to live long enough to vote for Kamala and fight Jake Paul.
Oh my God! You know what I love? Need some audio, John. You know what I love, by the way? The other thing, the UFC heavyweight champion John Jones.
I also want to say a big thank you to President Donald Trump for being here tonight. Can I get a
There you go. And he's got. I'm not the only one comparing all of Trump's cabinet members or some to the Avengers. I mean, that's what it's like.
Hey, you know what? You know who else was there we forgot to mention earlier? It was all the people that you would expect to be with him, but Tulsi Gabbard was also there.
Yeah, and somebody said on the super text line, she always seems to get missed. Not by me.
Not by me.
Nope, but she does get missed when you're talking about Elon Musk and Mike Johnson. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson was there as well.
Mike Johnson seemed like the guy that's like about 50 yards back on his bike going, "Hey guys, wait for me."
Yeah.
with the toy sword.
Yeah, he carrying around his styrofoam sword.
Did you see the memes of everybody on the plane eating McDonald's?
Yeah.
And the stress and anxiety on the face of RFK?
RFK looked like...
They said, this is what happens when you got a new gang member joining. You say you got to do drugs to make sure. We got to know you're not a cop. That's what the equivalent was.
Eat that Big Mac.
I bet you didn't eat it.
I doubt he did.
You had... I don't know. Do you think he did? There's no way he would have eaten
I don't think he did.
Nope.
I think it's... I thought it was pretty funny when I saw those memes.
It was palpable anxiety on his face.
Everybody's doing the Trump dance. That's the thing, man.
America had fun over the weekend.
They did have fun over the weekend.
You know what? When Johnny Jones is named Johnny or John Jones, whatever.
John Jones.
When he gave him what is that? A belt?
The belt.
He looked giddy. He looked giddy, like he couldn't wait to put it in his hands.
He did.
So cute.
Somebody actually tweeted out that they've never seen Donald Trump so genuinely happy in many years.
Yeah.
I've never seen Americans so happy in 4 years.
Right? I know.
And the crowd went wild. We got some boos at Armored MMA. I don't think there was any boos for Donald Trump at Madison Square Garden.
No. We probably should have wore our Trump gear. We probably would have been booed.
This is true.
I want to know what kind of person doesn't like conservatives and Donald Trump, but does go to armored MMA. What kind of person is that?
I don't know. I
you're
want
all
to
out
know.
of whack.
One brave liberal.
I want to know why when your fighter won, you didn't break down a Trump dance. I was ready.
You know what? I
and waiting.
should have. I should have.
I was ready for it.
Yeah, just so we're clear, I trained the guy Dakota. I trained Dakota, who beat the living crap out of Chris Hand's guy, because Chris, it was obviously bad training on your part.
It was my fault. I gave my 7-year-old an earful on the way home. I said, you really could have done more.
Yeah. You should have fanned it harder, man. Good Lord. But I think it's great. NFL, college football, everybody's doing the Trump dance.
Yep.
And there's still people that are out there saying, I don't know why Trump won. William Shatner.
No, please don't tell me.
Captain Kirk.
Captain Kirk. Let me see if I have that. I had this audio, and I don't know. Yep, here it is. Johnny needs some audio. This is William Shatner. We got to do this quick on Bill Maher.
I don't know why the Democrats lost. I don't understand why
what could
the
it be?
Democrats lost.
Well, people will be writing books about it for years, many reasons. Part of it was, Biden should not have stayed on so long.
That I understand. But inflation, prices have come down.
Listen to what he says about Kamala Harris.
What prices have come down?
This is exactly, though, the problem with the Democrats. What he says next.
The economy is good. I don't know why they voted against her.
Well,
against the party.
I certainly could go on and on about that. But basically, she was not a great candidate, let's be honest. When they asked...
Why isn't she a great candidate? She combined several trends of thought here. Black, woman.
Oh, my God.
That's not a candidate. Those are... that's identity politics. That's one of the Democrats'
those are elements.
Okay.
They're elements.
Elements.
That soundbite is exactly what's wrong with the Democrats.
Well, and she was promising to do everything on day one that she could do now. I'd also like to point out all of the promises that she made on the campaign trail. Mm-hmm. She's got till January 20th to do it.
Yeah.
She does.
She could do it today.
All right. I'm assuming all kinds of greatness coming up after 9. We're late. Joan, what's coming up?
Yeah, like this. Joe Biden, is he trying to damage U.S.-Russia relations before the incoming Trump administration? Also, Netflix says it just scored a big victory. Those stories at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
854, skip the hassle and sell your home with the strongest cash offer this fall. With Mark Spain Real Estate, their guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. Dan Mandis here, and with that guaranteed offer, you can skip the uncertainty and sell your home fast for all cash in as little as 21 days. There's no showings, no open houses, and no costly repairs. Just cash in hand and a stress-free sale. With Mark Spain Real Estate, their guaranteed offer gives you the peace of mind that your home will be sold when you need it to be sold. Skip the hassle and sell your home with the strongest cash offer this fall. The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate is the easiest way to sell your home. 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Find them online at markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.